Let's do that again. Welcome to the July 16th, 2020 school board meeting. This meeting is now in session. This meeting is being conducted by electronic communications using Microsoft Teams due to the COVID-19 pandemic emergency. We will now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America
and to
and
the
to the
republic
republic for which it
which
stands,
stands, one nation, under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible.
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We are now at the citizen comment portion of our meeting. Due to the COVID-19 emergency, we have adjusted our speaker process. At this time, we can only allow call-in speakers who have signed up in advance. Directions for signing up to speak using the call-in service are posted on our website. Because we are using a purchased service to manage speaker calls, we have adjusted our procedures to minimize costs, including limiting the time for speakers to a maximum of 1 hour at each meeting. We ask speakers to sign up by 4 p.m., 2 days prior to the meeting. If we do not have any speakers sign up at that time, we can cancel the service at a minimum cost. Otherwise, we'll have to pay the full cost even if we do not use the service. Since the July 14th, we will adjust these procedures as needed if we find more effective ways to allow public comment. We have 23 speakers who signed up tonight, so I will review our approved speaker guidelines before we begin. The school board welcomes public comment from community members. For our virtual meetings, we will hear comments on all agenda and non-agenda items at one time at the beginning of the meeting. Speakers must sign up in advance to receive the call-in information. The day of the meeting, speakers should call in to the number provided 10 to 15 minutes prior to the meeting start. Speakers will be announced in the order their call is received. Before you speak, please be sure to turn down the sound on any electronic devices. Please do not use a speakerphone, as that can distort the sound and make your comments difficult to understand. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and there's a timer that will keep track of your time. The timer begins when the speaker starts speaking, and you should conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. The operator will disconnect your call at 2 minutes. The board does not respond to public hearing comments. There are times when public comments that will require follow-up due to the nature of the comments. Where follow-up is needed, the superintendent will work with school board clerk to follow up accordingly after the board meeting. If you have written comments, you may email them to school.board@apsva.us. Please be sure to state your name and the topic you wish to speak about when you begin. Okay, Ms. Elliott, can you please call the first speaker?
Yes, our first speaker tonight is Carly Booth.
Good evening, Dr. Duran and members of the board. My name is Carly Booth, and I am an L teacher at Barrett Elementary, as well as an Arlington voter. Thank you, Dr. Duran, for implementing a virtual start to the school year. Putting the health and safety of the Arlington community first as your priority is the right choice, and I applaud your willingness to make an unpopular decision. I remain extremely concerned that you are continuing with the hybrid model. We know from the survey APS conducted earlier this year that the majority of teachers feel unsafe returning to school. As parent preference is currently the driving force in determining teacher placement, the majority of my colleagues who want virtual will be assigned to hybrid. As a result, they will have to take an unpaid leave of absence, leave APS altogether, or put they and their family's health on the line to keep their job. APS has one of the best teaching forces in the country, and we need you to value our lives and livelihoods by adopting the One APS model that provides virtual learning for all students, puts the neediest learners back in schools first when it's safe, and guarantees that no teacher will be assigned to come back to in-person instruction unless that is their choice. APS's core values include stewardship, equity, and collaboration, and the current hybrid model that forces teachers to choose between their health and their job is in direct contradiction to our stated values. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Booth.
Thank you. Our next, excuse me. speaker is Cindy Lurston.
Hello, my name is Cindy Lurston, and I'm addressing the return to school topic as well. Dr. Duran, my husband, grew up in the Albuquerque school system, and we have close ties to New Mexico. We have great respect for your dedication to the Albuquerque and now Arlington school system. And thank you to the school board for your work. The issue of returning to school full-time is one that impacts me significantly, as I will be a single parent this year, working full-time, and managing a stage 4 cancer diagnosis. Even with these personal challenges, I support returning to school full-time and the continuation of sports if done safely. My 4 kids did not learn from March to May, were not motivated, and will fall behind by virtual learning. I'm worried about them and the South Arlington children whose parents can't be at home to help their kids with virtual learning. Our governor said 2 days ago that he would ideally like to see students back in the classroom full-time and advised school districts to be prepared to shift plans based on data in their locality. He added Northern Virginia cases are dramatically down. 73% of APS surveyed parents had minimal to no concerns about returning to school full-time. With these data points and being on track for a hybrid, what changed? Equity dictates that if APS is to provide a fully remote option, it should also provide in-classroom options. If teacher apprehension is the major factor, and I understand that, please know there are teachers supporting a return. Has APS considered alternative teaching options? Many Arlington parents are college educated and could be hired as substitutes to supplement the teacher cadre who's ready to return. I teach at the master's level. Put me to work to get our kids back to school. Finally, our kids' mental, physical, and social well-being is at stake. We do not want too much time on our children's hands and turning to other things that might make them less safe than if they were in school and engaged in sports. Safety must be looked at from all angles. I conclude by saying single, full-time, and low-income parents will bear a
Thank you for your
disproportionate
comments.
burden of the harmful.
Thank you. The 2 minutes has passed. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Marshall McGee.
Good evening. Thank you for this time. I'm speaking on the return to school plan. I want to begin by saying I understand the plan and how difficult it's been to bring it to fruition. Given the exchange and ever-changing nature and characteristics of the COVID-19 virus, I want to thank Dr. Duran and the school board for making the health and safety of our students paramount, along with APS teachers and staff as a priority. During this very real public health crisis, we need to rely on sound scientific and medical expertise to guide our decisions versus convenience or someone's agenda. The education of our children is very important, but their long-term health and safety need to be paramount in this discussion, especially regarding the timing and process to reopen schools safely. To do anything less would be a dangerous experiment with the lives of our children, teachers, and staff. I work with experts on many of the top health agencies in the country. And even though they may have differences of opinion on the severity of the virus in different age groups, 100% of them agree that you cannot just wish this virus away. We must understand the virus gets a vote and does not care about our desired wishes or rules. In adopting the 100% virtual model to start the year, we must put a significant amount of planning and training behind our teachers over the next 7 weeks. This is of the most importance. The curriculum needs to be based on the best practices, methods, and models that have proven to be effective and have shown to work during this past spring from across the nation. So I implore the school district to not squander one day of the next 7 weeks to ensure we provide our children the best virtual teaching that we can for this year. If this virus has shown us anything, to defeat it, it will take a community effort. At the end of the day, it is not about the individual and their desires. It is about our concern for the community and how the actions that we take today will affect our community tomorrow. I commend yes, the tough decision, the situation, prioritizing the health and safety of our children and staff. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Christopher Myers.
Hi, I'm Christopher Myers,
And I also support a return to full-time school as well as a safe distance learning option. We need a better system of transparency to fully understand the decisions that are being made. Less than a month ago, you laid out a plan and said it was primarily informed on health and safety standards. We deserve a specific counting of what those standards are and the benchmarks for success. Vague statements about community spread do not help our families make the important decisions they may need to make. A Maryland calculus teacher used to say, I need to see your work. But also the reports and everything that goes to the committee so that we can better understand these things need to be linked to the frequently asked pages. Another issue of growing concern that I have for me is the way that we're assessing risk in the community. To be clear, we are not eliminating risk. We are moving it around in an attempt to manage it and to mitigate it. But we need to determine, are we actually doing that? Families are filling daycares, private schools, creating cohorts of children, mine included, that will have to deal with this situation. This is going to cause obvious further economic and learning disparities within our population, but it's a sacrifice we're going to have to make given their decisions. Are these pods of 7 kids in a small home with inconsistent cleaning standards and limited supervision better than a classroom of 15 where we have reliable standards of sanitation, structure, and discipline? I'm not so sure that it's the case that we're going to end up with a better community spread standard in one model over that other that you've chosen. And it really, really concerns me. I think that it's not clear that your plan makes the community better off as a whole. I could be wrong, but again, I'd like to see your work in assessing the real costs on both the educational performance and the health care and well-being of our children. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your hard work.
And thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Next, we have Reginald Goki.
Good evening, Dr. Duran and the board. This is Reginald Goki, and I also want to speak on the return to school. I have 3 questions. First, what science and data led to the decision to go to a full virtual model? The research I've seen, published in The Lancet, Health Affairs, JAMA, the American Academy of Pediatrics, from France, Australia, and elsewhere, all show that COVID is a low risk to children and that children do not typically spread it to adults. Research also shows that distance learning, even at its best, is not a good answer. This is confirmed by a recent study in EdWeek and guidance issued yesterday by the National Academy of Science. Worse, the AAP concludes that remote learning creates huge psychological, social, and emotional problems for our children, which is confirmed by the experience of Arlington parents. Tuesday night, when asked what studies and data supported its decision, APS referenced no studies, and the only data referenced related to outbreaks in places far distant from here. Dr. Verghese presented, but he did not say that he had recommended any closures and did not identify any renewed outbreak in Arlington. Before APS adopts a system recognized to be detrimental to our kids, APS should explain what drove this decision and particularly what changed in that data over the last week to prompt APS's new decision. My second question is, why can other school systems return to part-time in-person instruction and APS cannot? Our neighbors in Fairfax are returning. New York City, ground zero of COVID, is returning, as is New Jersey. Several local private schools are also returning. The VDOE has issued guidance allowing in-person return to school with only 3 feet of spacing. What is so different about APS that it cannot return to in-person instruction when those systems can? My third question is, what objective criteria or metrics will APS use when deciding to return in person? A study from 2009 analyzed pandemic outbreaks over the last century, and then the school...
Thank you very much for your comments. I'm sorry your 2 minutes has expired. Can we have the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Dana Crepeau.
Hello, my name is Dana Crepeau, and I'm addressing returning to school. I'd like to thank Dr. Duran for making the difficult decision to keep staff and students safe in the midst of the pandemic. I appreciate the town hall meetings offered to APS teachers and parents. I have taught in Arlington Public Schools for 12 years, and I have 2 children who attend Ashland. Teachers appreciate that a phased reopening of schools is our focus. However, parent choice is still taking precedence over teacher health and needs. Teachers are only asked for their preferences, which may or may not be honored. What happens when distance learning comes to an end? When teachers are removed from our virtual classrooms, student learning will be disrupted. How do we keep consistency for our students and make a safe transition for all students and staff involved? Will teachers be relocated to different schools to accommodate parent decisions to switch from distance learning to the hybrid model? What is being done about problems APS has faced before the pandemic, substitute and bus driver shortages? Yesterday, Dr. Duran asked teachers to let the school board know where we need help to make online learning robust. He asked, how can we help you be better prepared? Frank and honest answers help us, and we thank you for asking the question and listening to our answers. Teachers have so much institutional knowledge and experience. We must be consulted to revise the proposed daily learning schedules to make sure they are developmentally appropriate for our youngest learners. We know what tools work and how much time teaching through online formats is appropriate for pre-K through second grade. The proposed DTL schedule needs to be revised with this in mind. Teachers must be given autonomy in their classes. Inflexible schedules do not encourage higher order thinking, curiosity, and learning. The more we are allowed to tailor our classes, including small group instruction and refining our schedules to meet our students' needs, the more effective our teaching will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your 2 minutes is up. Next speaker.
Next, we have Alexandra Bakai.
Good evening. I'll be speaking, my name is Alexandra Bakai, and I'll be speaking about the return to school as well. My name is Alexandra, and I teach social studies at Yorktown High School. Thank you for all of the incredibly challenging work that is going into our return to school this year, and I applaud your decision to begin this school year in a full virtual model. Thank you as well for the opportunity to express our concerns with the board and with you, Dr. Duran. While we don't yet have the data from APS families and staff, we do have trends from other districts that suggest a 25 to 30% discrepancy between what families are requesting for in-person instruction for their students and what staff prefer. I am urging the board to consider how we as a community can find a more common ground approach to match what families want for their children and what teachers seek for their own families and personal well-being. That said, while there is no perfect solution because we cannot go back to school as we know it, we as a community, united by the commitment to educate Arlington's children, can work together to find a way forward. The One APS model outlined in the Change.org petition, albeit imperfect, better meets the needs of the APS community. Under this approach, students at all levels are able to take the courses they selected in the spring. They have a staff member dedicated to their social emotional learning and well-being, and teachers are able to teach under their preferred model, hybrid or virtual, without having to choose between their health, their family's health, or their job. Most importantly, this model keeps all of APS whole and doesn't divide us into hybrid APS and virtual APS. We are one APS. I urge the board to consider this plan and make adjustments as needed to fit our communities best. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Ginny Hutchison.
Good evening. My name is Ginny Hutchison, and I am also speaking about school reopening. As an APS teacher, I have some concerns I would like to share. I would first like to thank Dr. Duran for recognizing that the safety of all is more important than the demands of a few. However, I strongly urge Dr. Duran and the school board to stop thinking of this shift as a pause and start thinking of it as an opportunity to revise our original plan and make a better choice. We know from the county's initial survey that many more families feel comfortable returning to school than teachers. This means that eventually, many teachers will be forced to either return to in-person instruction, risking their own lives and their families, or take leave, which is a financial impossibility for many. No teacher should be forced to choose between their safety and their livelihood. Furthermore, teachers will be instructing virtually even if they are watching students in person, because that's the only way to provide collaborative and engaging instruction while keeping 6 feet of distance. Returning to school prematurely will cause students to feel undue amounts of stress while trying to uphold unfamiliar, rigorous health guidelines. Since the quality of instruction will be the same, it makes more sense to deliver it from the safety of our homes. I ask that, in consultation with Dr. Varghese, you commit to a specific metric or metrics that indicate that the community spread of COVID-19 has stopped, such as 14 days with no new cases. Teachers need to know that you will stick to a specific guideline and not be swayed by community pressure. I also ask that you adopt the parent-proposed one APS model to ensure that all APS students receive the same level of quality instruction while making sure that no teacher is forced to go back to school before it is safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Edward Brown.
Good evening. My name is Edward Brown. My topic is also D1 school reopening. I'm a parent, former healthcare employee, and current public health employee. Recent research has suggested that schools do not play a major role in spreading SARS-CoV-2, including a study from Germany that was released on Monday. Scientific evidence continues to suggest that children in general are not at high risk themselves from the virus and that they pose little risk of transferring the virus to adults. Obviously, there are exceptions. In an email sent to APS families on July 7th, it was stated that the CDC has issued requirements for physical distancing. However, the CDC has not issued requirements for schools, only guidance. Your email also said that those requirements limit the number of students and staff that can be in the schools, and so this is why you have no 100% in-person option. Since we know that not all families are comfortable with in-person instruction, how can you be certain that the number of students who would be planning to return for full-time in-person instruction? I'm disappointed at the lack of transparency regarding the decision-making process. Will you make the Return to School Task Force meeting minutes public, as well as any private APS school board meetings related to returning to school? Will you provide APS families with links to the specific requirements cited in the email? Will you provide APS families with the calculations used to determine that 100% in-person instruction isn't possible? I think it is entirely reasonable for us to have this information given all that is at stake for our students. Finally, given the apparent low risk of transmission from children to adults and apparent low risk for children, will you present us with an option for full-time in-person instruction for this fall? I'm confident that a full-time in-person plan that is safe for all can be developed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Renee Gattel.
Thank you very much. My name is Renee Gattel, and I'm an Arlington parent with children at Abingdon Elementary. I'm here to urge APS to prioritize early elementary students and special needs students and offer them in-person options more than 2 days a week. Such students cannot independently navigate a full school day at home with 2 to 3 hours of Teams meetings. A student's ability to tap into what APS is offering will fully depend on whether or not there is an adult at home to manage the student's participation. You are creating a learning plan that is unfairly advantaging families with the means to either stay home or hire nannies or educators to get their kids through the school day. That is not equity. The National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine put out a report this week urging schools to prioritize in-person learning for grades K through 5 and special needs kids. The report said these groups struggle the most with online learning and need the most supervision. Dr. Anthony Fauci today stressed the need for schools to be creative and physically open, according to CDC guidelines. Earlier this week, Governor Northam applauded Northern Virginia for a cases being, quote, dramatically down. To be clear, I ask APS to fully support teachers who need to stay home and teach virtually. I also ask APS to support teachers who are able and willing to return to the classroom with CDC precautions. Teachers who want to teach in person should be allowed to. APS might consider offering in-person schooling for children of APS employees for grades pre-K through 5 as an additional option. Please think creatively and nimbly. With nearly all APS buildings now emptied as fall, can we spread out classes across the district and have small independent cohorts of K-5 and special needs students? I again ask you to rethink the model of starting fully online and to offer in-person options more than 2 days a week for special needs students, early elementary, English language learners, and our most vulnerable students. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. May we have the next speaker, please?
So our next speaker is Kim Graver.
Good evening. My name is Kim Graver. I'll be speaking on the return to school also. I teach EL Geography, English as Second Language Geography, and AP Psychology at Yorktown High School. First, I want to thank Dr. Duran for the hard decisions he's had to make this week and ask you to consider some factors in the current plan as it affects high schools in particular. Over time, high school teachers build unique expertise in teaching certain subjects. The current model that splits our high schools into virtual and hybrid also splits our teacher expertise and means that some teachers will be split away from their home school or area of expertise in order to fit numbers of teachers into each model. This means that teachers with the most expertise won't necessarily be the ones teaching your students' classes. This model means more teachers will be getting new preps that they've never taught. The focus for teachers now should be primarily on learning best practices for virtual instruction and less on learning new subject matter. A plan that does not divide our schools into two different models, like the previously mentioned one APS plan, reduces the number of student and teacher contacts. Under the current plan, high school teachers, hybrid high school teachers, would be exposed to 120 to 150 young adults a week who do spread the virus. The one APS plan allows more teachers and students to stay with their home schools, allows the most students to receive instruction from the teacher most prepared to offer that instruction with the most experience, and does the most to allow teachers to make this fall's online instruction effective. It would also mean that teachers could begin planning now based on student course requests at their home school. If we want teachers to be effective, we need to let them start planning now. We are asking you to help us make this year successful by keeping teachers and their course content in their home schools and prioritizing teacher as well as student safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. May we have the next speaker, please?
Yes, our next speaker is Abigail Crane.
Hi, my name is Abigail Crane, and I would like to speak about item B1, return to school status update. I am a special education teacher at Barrett. First, I would like to thank Dr. Duran for using current health data and metrics to guide his decision to begin school with 100% virtual learning for everyone, as that is what is safest for our school community. I am asking APS to provide to its staff and community the specific health metrics that must be met in order for us to begin phasing in the hybrid model. I urge the board to continue virtual learning until there are 14 days with no new cases of COVID-19 in Arlington. I'm also asking that APS reconsider its position on how it determines which teachers return to the hybrid model and when. The current position seems to be you will come back to work when parent and student preference requires it, and if you don't feel safe doing that, you must take leave options. This is disrespectful to the educators in our buildings who only want to keep their families and their students safe. It also contradicts APS's stated core values of stewardship and collaboration by forcing teachers to choose between their health and their jobs. I also urge APS to consider the one APS model that provides virtual learning for all students, puts the neediest learners back in schools first, and guarantees that no teacher will be assigned to come back to in-person instruction unless that is their choice. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Ingrid Gant.
Good evening to Chair, to our Vice Chair that's sitting here, Mr. Grady, and to Dr. Cannon, and to Superintendent Dr. Duran. My name is Ingrid Gant, and I am the President of the Arlington Education Association. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I will let you know that members from the Arlington Education Association would like to greatly thank you, Dr. Duran, for attending our town hall yesterday. From the comments that I received, and they were very explicit in saying how they felt you heard them, how they felt you listened to their concerns. They hope that won't be the last time, as you said, that they have an opportunity to speak with you. And there were even teachers on your 1 to 2 o'clock town hall that had some concerns of things that were being given back to them that they didn't actually understand, or they felt the questions were being avoided. But I also heard from those who said they were very proud and very excited to hear that you were listening to educators. This is a very difficult time, and I commend you for listening to all people involved, all families, all the students, the teachers, and the staff. My concern tonight is the trauma. Trauma is something that we need to be realizing that when and if we return to Arlington Public Schools, our teachers and our students are going to be experiencing trauma. They're experiencing it right now. And this is something that's going to take a minute to get through, not a day, not a second. It's going to take maybe some months and years. And we have to understand that even in the buildings, when we return, they're going to be experiencing trauma, whether we're safe, whether we have to have a mask on, all of the things we have to become accustomed to in the building. So I commend you for even listening and making sure the health and safety of our educators and our students are the utmost priority.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'm sorry your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Kathleen Horenberg.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Hornberg, and I'm a toddler teacher at Integration Station. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Duran for his new proposals to the school board and his consideration for the safety of the community. When considering reopening, Arlington needs to take the time to both develop a robust virtual learning system for students and honestly address several safety and logistics concerns that the Arlington community has. My letter, written on behalf of myself and several colleagues, has 94 questions. 94. These must be addressed in absolute detail before parents or teachers can begin to understand the risk involved in the hybrid model. Where is a defined health protocol outlining which symptoms are sufficient to send a student home and require a teacher to stay home? What would cause a quarantine and how far would the quarantine chain extend? How transparent will schools be about symptomatic members of the classroom? Will we be eligible for FFCRA every time that we need to quarantine or just once? Will those that have used FMLA receive these benefits? How can we guarantee substitutes pick up jobs, follow protocols, and use PPE? Has liability been discussed? Have community contracts and enforcing them been discussed? How can you ensure that you will continually supply classrooms with PPE and cleaning supplies? What happens if cleaning supplies are in back order? Are there plans to enhance ventilation systems with air filtration systems? Is there a discussion of which physical classrooms are deemed safe to use and which are not? How many children will be permitted per square foot? How will preschool teachers maintain physical distance from students while helping them with their feeding and toilet training goals, trauma, and the massive emotions of our smallest students? APS needs to make it abundantly clear to parents that if the intensive safety protocols needed are put into place, their child care woes will not be over, and they can expect that both their child and their child's teachers will be taking a massive number of sick days for minor symptoms. And this isn't even considering asymptomatic people. Arlington needs to address all of these issues and more in order to create a plan that first and foremost looks at the safety of the community. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your comments. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Paul.
Hi, my name is Paul Brickley. Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm the dad of kids at an Arlington public high school, husband to a pre-K teacher, and speaking from decades of experience in government organizations and leadership. My experience with crisis tells me that in the absence of direction, we must make our own, applying all our efforts and in good faith with our customers or constituents to identify solutions as best we possibly can. The efforts since March 13th are not that. The organizations have had 125 days, including today, to apply the intellectual rigor, due diligence, and comprehensive approach necessary to either provide an option that meets the majority's needs or provide multiple options for people to choose based on their conditions. We are better than this. We cannot afford to offer models that mirror the suboptimal experience of the spring. Arlington County and APS are uniquely positioned and resourced to generate a comprehensive plan to address the needs of all and offers choice based on individual needs, and in doing so becomes a national model for others to seek out. I want to help develop solutions. I recommend 3 task force or subcommittees to study the 3 options the bulk of the population wants: 100% distance, hybrid, or 100% in person. We all, families and teachers, fall into at least one of these buckets. I want to help establish a task force represented across a socioeconomic cultural spectrum and do a deep dive framed by considerations for teacher safety, student safety, logistics, curriculum, resourcing, and management of each option. These options can and should run concurrently. The results can go to the superintendent, the board, or whomever will make the decision. This plan will reach the 80% of reasonable, rational parents who, even if their preference is not available, will respond to sound and transparent study. Please help me help you. 125 days have gone by. The spring's model cannot be the fall's by default. If the fall's model isn't planned yet, it won't be successful. We are Arlington. We can do better, and we must do better. Our parents, our teachers, our kids, and their future deserve more. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your comments. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, we have Courtney Fox.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Fox, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the One APS Return to School model. I applaud Dr. Duran and APS for making an important values-based decision to start the school year virtually. However, I am dismayed that APS has not addressed the bifurcation of our school system. We don't need hybrid APS and virtual APS. We need one APS. Tuesday's announcement just moved the start of hybrid APS online, which is good since shifting guidance about masks has raised deep concerns about the commitment to safety protocols. Student selections will still determine who returns to school in person, not teacher preferences, so many teachers will be forced to take leave, retire, or quit. This is a numbers game, so teachers who remain may be spread throughout the system, separating students from the teachers they love and trust, and forcing teachers to leave colleagues and students behind. Let me be clear, hybrid APS students will not be guaranteed their own teachers. Hybrid APS teachers will not be guaranteed their own schools. Virtual APS students have even fewer guarantees. And teachers may be forced to teach courses that they have never taught before. Do we want a 6th grade English teacher teaching 11th grade English? Or what about a 5th grade teacher teaching 2nd grade? Some parents were angry about Tuesday's announcement because they said it eliminated their choice. Let's again be clear, COVID eliminated choice. And if we proceed with the current 2-track model, students will have fewer choices. Courses will not be guaranteed for either hybrid APS or virtual APS students at the high school level. We are cannibalizing our teachers and sacrificing the high-quality education APS is known for. But it doesn't need to be like this. There is an alternative model that, while imperfect, keeps us united, prioritizes safety and our most vulnerable students while providing for flexibility. We are being forced by COVID into a paradigm shift. I urge you to unite us as one APS.
Thank you very much for your comments. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, we have Ryan Zito.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ryan Zito, and I'm also here to speak on item D1. I teach at Yorktown High School with young adult students who do spread the virus according to all of the most recent data. I'd like to begin by thanking Dr. Duran for his commitment to a safe, all-remote opening as informed by the most current science, and the board for their hard work. Many APS staff still have questions about the reopening plan. That the plan has family choice determining teacher placement is unfortunate, considering that it's our lives that hang in the balance. Any plan must first and foremost account for those who will be assuming the most risk, the workers. I'm 26, have no pre-existing conditions, and do not have dependents, but I am also the brother of a current immunocompromised APS student. Statements from this week's town halls, communications from HR, and the Engage website suggest that I am almost guaranteed to be assigned to the hybrid model should parent demand outstrip the supply of teachers, regardless of what I indicate on my preference survey. This would prevent me from seeing my family for the foreseeable future. In the grand scheme of things, I understand that this is small potatoes to some listeners, but I mention it nonetheless to remind you that even those of us deemed low risk will still be profoundly impacted by returning to school and still could die. Furthermore, my situation pales in comparison to the decisions my older, immunocompromised, and or caregiver colleagues will have to make should they not be selected for virtual. A choice between an unsafe working environment and unpaid leave is not a choice. I urge APS admin to implement the parent-proposed One APS plan, which allows for a phased reopening that prioritizes our neediest learners while also better accounting for the preferences of all of our wonderful staff members. Thank you. Please stay safe.
Thank you for your comments. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Emily Spellman.
Good evening to the board and to Dr. Duran. My name is Emily Spellman. I am an Arlington Education Association member and an elementary teacher calling to address their return to school. I want to start by saying thank you, Dr. Duran, for the decision that you made earlier this week. Your decision will save lives this fall, and our community will be stronger and more intact because of it. Thank you so much. We have not yet solved the problem that parent and student preference is determining teacher placement with regard to the return to school when schools do reopen. As it stands now, Teachers may still be forced to return to school depending on the amount of parents and students requesting the hybrid model. Teachers should not have to choose between taking leave, which most of us are not able to do, or putting themselves and their families at high risk. The one APS model would solve this problem by prioritizing the return of the students who have the highest needs, while at the same time ensuring that staff are not forced to choose between their health and their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, we have Christina Smith.
Good evening. First, I want to thank you, Dr. Duran, for your leadership. I've been an EL teacher at Yorktown High School for 28 years. I want to thank you first for making summer school an option for beginning ELs who passed all their school year classes but are still eager to keep developing their English skills to be better prepared for school in the fall. Speaking of which, I thank you for considering the safety of the adults in the schools. Now we can all focus on making distance learning education worthy of the APS system. I look forward to following your plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, we have Madison Azara.
Hi, my name is Madison Azara. I am a 7th grade science teacher at Dorothyham Middle School, and I am speaking on the return to school update. I want to begin my statement by expressing my sincere gratitude to Dr. Duran for making the decision to start school virtually. This decision is going to save lives. I'm asking the school board to consider the following 4 items. 1, teachers are not guaranteed their indicated preference. This means that if more teachers opt for virtual, they will not be guaranteed to teach students at their current school placement. In thinking about trauma-sensitive teaching, something that APS is pushing towards, the disruption to the community will not only exacerbate the effects of these uncertain times, creating yet another facet of unknown during this already traumatic experience for our students. This model also forces parents to send kids back into the classroom to ensure their child is being taught by the same teacher at their same school. Number 2, coming back into the building based on preference rather than necessity only widens this equity gap. I want to remind you that equal access is not the same thing as equitable access. Number 3, the APS school board and central offices must ensure that all staff, regardless of pay scale, will have a job and a paycheck for the 2021 school year. APS needs to acknowledge the importance of our staff and follow through with explicit and obvious action to show that all staff is included in discussions about safe reopenings. I'm asking the board and the task force to reflect and identify implicit biases that may be overpowering voices that not only deserve to be at the table but must be listened to. Support staff deserve to have a voice and should not be put at risk because of personal preferences of the majority. Number 4, the APS school board must do more to lift up and advocate for their staff, trust teachers' judgment and expertise when it comes to classroom instruction, and invite and listen to diverse teacher and staff perspectives. We are all here to create the best environment, virtual or otherwise, possible for each child in our school district. We are asking for your trust in our professionalism and asking for your support in creating a cohesive and collaborative community with our APS
Thank you very
families.
much for your comments. I'm sorry your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Yes, and this is our final speaker, Lee Buckley-Altis.
Good evening. My name is Lee Buckley-Altis. I'm a special ed teacher at HB Woodlawn. I'm speaking about the school reopening plan. First, I would like to thank Dr. Duran for making this brave decision. I appreciate that you've been listening to our concerns along with consulting health experts and using data to make this really tough decision. I dearly miss being with my students and colleagues, but I know this is necessary to keep our community safe. As outlined in the One APS plan, I urge you to continue making decisions based on scientific metrics with health data, staff input, and preferences, rather than based on politics, calendar, or parent choice. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your comments, and thank you, Ms. Elliott, for helping us go through our speaker comments. We do appreciate each of you who have shared your perspectives with us today. We are now at announcements. On July 18th, the school board and superintendent will hold a retreat from 9 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. On July 23rd, we will hold a virtual closed meeting at 5:15 p.m. And on July 28th, the School Board Policy Subcommittee meeting will hold a virtual meeting at noon. We also have another announcement. We'd like to welcome our new APS Chief of Staff, who is joining us in person tonight. Welcome, Brian Stockton. He just started yesterday, and we look forward to seeing more of you and working with you, Mr. Stockton. Thank you for being here with us this evening. Yes, we're very happy to have you. At this time, I'd like to invite my colleagues to make any announcements they may have. I'd like to start with Mr. if I could start with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any announcements to make this evening?
No announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Talento, do you have any announcements to make this evening?
No, Ms. O'Grady, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Van Dorn, any announcements to make this evening?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Cannon, would you like to make any announcements? Okay. Thank you very much. Now I have a few other items to address this evening. Since the last school board meeting on June 25th, the school board has received just over 200 messages related to the virtual and hybrid option models. Due to the high volume in messages of messages, we appreciate the community's patience as staff process and respond to these messages. Since the July 14th Superintendent Weekly Update, the board has received about 140 messages with comments on the proposed change to start of school year and reopening plan. Questions related to the new reopening plan should be directed to engage@apsva.us or by submitting your questions via the online form. Again, due to the volume of messages received, please refer to the APS Engage page and review the frequently asked questions, the FAQ section, before submitting your questions. Updates and related information will be shared by Dr. Duran via School Talk every Tuesday. In addition, the school board has also received messages on the presence of school resource officers in schools and defunding the police. At this moment, the board is working to develop a discussion timeframe and a community engagement plan on this topic. And we definitely appreciate the community's engagements on these different initiatives. I also have one final announcement to make tonight. We have received some questions about what recommendation is being acted on tonight with respect to the delayed start date of the incoming school year and the decision to start the incoming school year in a 100% virtual model. These are two separate questions, and let me address each one of them at a time. First, the school calendar. The school board adopts and votes on the school calendar. We did that earlier this year. Since Dr. Duran is recommending that we change the start date for the upcoming school year from August 31st to September 8th, we must vote on whether we want to make that change. We will vote on that change tonight. Now, the instructional model. Dr. Duran has also proposed a change in the instructional model to begin the year 100% virtual. It is the superintendent's job to oversee and manage the day-to-day operation of our school system. This is an operational decision. The school board recognizes, honors, and values the superintendent's experience and expertise in instructional and administrative matters and has hired him to make those decisions for our school system. Dr. Duran has made this decision after consulting with the school board, our county's public health director, our county manager, staff, our return to school task force, and the community. With that insight, he has made the decision to move forward with starting the school year in the 100% virtual learning model and with plans to phase in our hybrid model by second quarter, dependent on the state of the pandemic and the state of emergency at that time. We know he will continue to study the situation and collaborate and consult with stakeholders as he makes future decisions about moving forward, while balancing safety with the ultimate desire to return to the classroom. In conclusion tonight, we will be voting on a new start date for the school year, and we fully support the superintendent's decision to open the school year with a 100% virtual model, but we do not need to and will not be voting on that operational decision. Dr. Duran, we're now at the superintendent updates and announcements.
Thank you, School Board Chair. If I can have the announcements please brought up on. As we continue to ensure our students have access to food during the pandemic, This slide shows the 9 locations that we are serving breakfast and lunch for children aged 2 to 18 on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We have served over 351,000 meals since we began our meal services on March 16th. We will continue to serve our meals throughout the summer in order to ensure that our students have access to food during the summer break. And I want to assure all of our families that we're committed to continuing our meal service, and we will communicate if there are any updates to our schedule in advance to make sure that families are receiving the meals that they need. The APS Distance Learning Program begins on Monday, July 20th, the summer program. We're excited to have this begun. It runs through August 14th. Here's a few reminders about that program. For our secondary students, we are offering a strengthening program for students who earned a D or an E as a final grade and selected new work credit for social studies. Special education teachers will collaborate with classroom teachers to ensure that students with special needs will receive their accommodations and supports. Students are expected to log on to Canvas for their classes daily. Each teacher will have a daily check-in assignment to monitor student engagement and attendance. Teachers will be available via email and have daily virtual office hours to provide our students with support and assistance. And students that are enrolled in new work classes will receive 1 credit for successful completion. Student schedules have been posted to Parent View this week, and teachers have been reaching out to registered students with additional information. Our elementary students who were previously identified for summer strengthening have been provided a device and will have access to adaptive math and literacy programs and supports from school-based instructional staff through regular check-ins and open office hours. Families should be receiving a phone call this coming week to set up time for their child's virtual check-in. We're also pleased to have social workers, counselors, and bilingual family liaisons available to support our students over the summer and any families that may need assistance. Also, wanted to provide an update. We're continuing to have our community conversations. We started with the community conversation on confronting racism, and we've continued with some student series called Let's Talk. The next session is coming up on Wednesday, July 22nd, where students will be exploring issues of race, systemic racism, talking about school resource officers, and partnering with them in our conversation. So we're excited to have these ongoing conversations. We have them broken up by age group, ages 12 to 15 in one, and ages 16 to 21 in another. If you've missed any of the previous sessions in the series, you can visit our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion webpage and actually watch them. Students interested in participating in any of the upcoming series should register online, and you can see on this slide the webpage for doing that. My last announcement this evening is regarding our equity policy. We are continuing to work on the equity policy under the leadership of Mr. Aaron Gregory, our Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. This work has been happening for quite some time in APS and began in 2018. Many people, community members, staff have contributed to this process. And given the importance of this policy, I do want to take a moment now to share the history of the process, the work that was accomplished, and the action plan needed to finalize board action moving forward. So let me start first at the beginning. In the fall of 2018, the board directed the superintendent at that time to develop a policy that focused on equity to hold APS accountable for eliminating predictable disparities in academics and opportunities. The APS Policy Committee formed thereafter and began exploring other equity policies from across the country and utilized them to create a draft policy that best reflects the community. Over the past 2 years, a variety of stakeholders collaborated to create the new policy, including students, teachers, parents, and administrators, board members, and also many community members. The draft policy then went through multiple cycles of revision over the course of a year, incorporating feedback from advisory groups, principals, departments centrally, the school board subcommittee, and staff. And a board work session was held in February of 2019 and a focus group in March of 2019. The draft equity plan was then paused in December 2019 so that the adoption could occur under the direction of the new Chief of Diversity and Equity Inclusion Officer position. And then COVID-19 caused another delay. So we're now picking up from there, and this week a team was formed to revisit the policy to ensure that all of the feedback we'd received had been considered. We will be bringing the draft policy for information on July 30th and adoption on August 20th, so there will be yet another opportunity for public comment. We will also be putting out a school talk message to notify the community about the public comment period. Typically, we would bring our policy and our implementation procedures together for adoption. However, we will be adopting the equity policy first and then developing the implementation procedures due to the far-reaching scope of this policy. So I look forward, and I want to thank all of the community members who have been engaged in this process for a couple of years, and we're excited to finally be able to bring this to a conclusion and actually have this policy adopted. And I look forward to working with the school board to make that happen in August. This concludes my announcements, and I want to remind everyone and community members that during the school year, I usually conclude with a status update on our school board action plan, which includes a full summary of policy work that we're working on. We have paused that full action plan update during the summer as we are working to finalize our new action plan for the upcoming school year. That will be adopted in the September meeting, and then we'll move forward with having my updates include that. Last, I will be presenting the recommended change of the school calendar year to begin school on September 8th as a separate presentation this evening during the board action portion of the meeting, and I will be providing a monetary report with detailed return to school plan later this evening as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, and open any questions that I might have on my announcements.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Let's see if we have any questions this evening. I'd like to start with Ms. Talento. Are there any questions regarding the superintendent's presentation?
Thank you, Chair Grady. I do actually have a question, and Dr. Duran, thank you for the presentation and for the updated information. I wanted some clarification. I'd heard from a few community members that our secondary summer school students had to register for summer school, and I had understood that it was going to be open for students who needed it, who were getting D's and E's, and all of our elementary students who had already been identified, and that they would have to opt out of not going. So can you provide some clarity on that? Because I'm hearing that some people missed the opportunity to register for secondary summer school at the high school level. And I asked, well, are they registering for new work for credit? And they were saying, no, it's the regular summer school, and they got the notice late, or they didn't check their email. So if you could provide clarity on that, so I can, share that information with our community members who are asking.
Yes, thank you for that question. I want to ask our Assistant Superintendent, Ms. Loft, to help respond to that.
Sure. So our elementary students were automatically registered for summer school, and that's because we knew well ahead of time which of our students had fallen more than a year behind grade level when we left, when schools closed on March 13th. And you're correct that they were registered for the summer learning program, and that parents needed to opt out if they did not want to participate. For our secondary students, it was more challenging because we needed to wait until the last few days of the fourth quarter to truly understand which students had D's and E's and were eligible to participate in summer school. And so in order to begin preparing, to begin hiring staff and register so that we understood the numbers of students, we were sort of tracking that all along, but that was, of course, in generalities because kids had up until the end of the school year to be able to raise their grades. Counselors reached out to students and to parents to let them know that they were eligible for summer school, as is the practice during normal times as well. And I understand that some of our bilingual family liaisons were also helpful in that process. So I hope that answers the question as to why we needed to have a registration process.
Yeah, no, it answers it. And so then the follow-up question to that, just so that I can share the information with the community members who have asked. So then it is too late now to register. If they did they miss that window I'm not sure when it closed because I wasn't aware of that piece.
Sure.
But it is too late to register. And at this point, can they get support in the fall? What can we do to help these kids who missed it?
Sure. So we've been able to, of course, identify which students earned D's or E's. And as you recall, we were also able to expand our summer school program to provide support for our students, our English language students. And so we have the names of the students who would have been eligible for summer school, but who did not register. And counselors will be aware of that and will be alerting their teachers when school begins, so that they have an understanding that these students may be at a deficit coming in, or will need more, I guess, more support as they come in.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Dudan. I think those are the only questions I have. I appreciated the overview on the equity policy and the detail and all the work that we put in over the last couple of years. So thank you for the presentation. And thank you, Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you, Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Ms. Van Doorn, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I just also wanted to thank Dr. Duran for that thorough explanation of the history of the development of the equity policy. I think people probably need to be reminded of that because so much has gone on and we did have that hiatus, but it brings not only the work of the community together, but also the staff who worked very, very hard on that. And there were actually many forums with students and staff that preceded even that work. So thank you, because it's really building and it's nice to see it back on our plate so we can bring it forward and have everybody review it and move on from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doorn.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doorn. Mr. Goldstein.
No, I do not have any questions on the announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kennan, no? Okay, I do not either. So we'll move on to our next section. We are now at our consent agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved. Nancy.
Is there a second?
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Mr. Goldstein? Mr. Goldstein? You're on mute.
Sorry, yes. Thank you.
Dr. Cannonen?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. Van Doorn?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. I'd like to announce that under consent, the board approved revisions to policies M20, planetarium, and policy K6, distribution of non-school materials. We also approved the new policy K2.3.30, media relations. The board also appointed Melanie Bowen as chair and Tony Rush as vice chair of the Budget Advisory Council. I'm also pleased to announce that as part of consent, the board received the School Health Advisory Board's annual update brief. There is very good information in this brief and many recommendations. If you have the opportunity to take a look at it, I would suggest that you read it. I'm also pleased to make the following announcements concerning appointments the board made with our personnel actions. First, I'm pleased to announce that Mr. Michelle Michael was appointed assistant principal at Abingdon Elementary School. Mr. Michael joined APS in 2019. He has been an educator for 14 years with 8 years of experience teaching in both general and special education classrooms and 6 years of administrative experience. He has a master's degree in special education and is working on his doctorate in organizational leadership. Mr. Michael has demonstrated a commitment to the success and growth of all students by developing meaningful relationships with students, families, and staff. We look forward to his efforts to help build a strong and equitable Abingdon community. Congratulations, Mr. Michael. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Congratulations and welcome.
Yes, thank you. Very honored. Thank you for the opportunity.
We're happy to have you on board. The board also appointed Eamon Littman as assistant principal at Barrett Elementary School. Mr. Littman has been an educator for over 22 years and has served as interim assistant principal at Barrett for the past 6 months. He's worked as a special education teacher in self-contained and inclusive settings across all elementary grade levels and has also served as an instructional lead teacher, special education lead teacher, and mentor. In these positions, he led professional development that focused on data, collaboration, reflection, and proactive planning. With a passion for actively engaging with the community, he has worked to make sure parents have a voice in all aspects of their child's education. Congratulations, Mr. Littman.
Congratulations, and we're really excited to have you now in official role after your work as interim. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm happy to continue the opportunity. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Absolutely. Next, the board congratulates Corey Maynor, who was appointed assistant principal at Arlington Career Center. Mr. Maynor began his career as a paraprofessional teaching assistant while he was in college, and upon graduating, he began teaching English. Since coming to APS in 2010, he has taught English at Wakefield High School, where he sponsored the Model General Assembly Club. He has also served as a content lead teacher, and he has collaborated as a member of the various instructional leadership teams. With a passion for enhancing student engagement and achievement, he supports students and staff by developing power standards, implementing mindfulness, supporting socio-emotional learning, and fostering restorative practices. Mr. Maynor, we wish you success in your new position at the Arlington Career Center. See, you've got your family there.
Thank you so much. Look forward to this work.
Congratulations, Mr. Maynor.
And I'm being asked if you'd like to introduce your family members, and I'm sorry I didn't do that for the previous folks, but.
This is my wife, Janine, my daughter, Carter.
Okay.
Hi, Arlington. We love you. Thank you for welcoming us to the family.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. All right. The board also appointed Denise Santiago as assistant principal at Key School. Ms. Santiago has 20 years of experience as a dual language educator and joined APS 7 years ago as the Claremont Immersion Math and Spanish language arts coach, where she facilitated the implementation of the math curriculum and the instruction of Spanish language arts. Collaborating with teachers, she helped plan core instruction, implement interventions, and manages curricular materials. In addition, she has served as interim assistant principal at Claremont and has led a team of teachers and specialists in designing the APS biliteracy curriculum for both Key and Claremont. We're excited to have her join the Key School leadership team and staff in their commitment to provide students with the most effective dual language education. Congratulations, Ms. Santiago.
Felicitaciones.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Would you also like to introduce your family members?
Yes, here's my mom, Justina, my brother, Danny, and my two nieces, Rebecca and Angelica.
Oh, there we go. We have some people off camera too. That's great. All right. We're so happy that you could be here with us this evening. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We are pleased to also announce the appointment of Amy Haley as Supervisor Library Services in the Department of Teaching and Learning. With 15 years of experience as a library media specialist and national board certification in library media, Ms. Haley spent the last 7 years at Swanson Middle School. To mention just a few of her contributions, she has mentored 2 new teachers, served as team leader for the electives teacher group, and has co-led the annual school spelling bee. She has also served as the Reading is Fundamental RIF contact, worked as summer school librarian in several schools, and has provided professional development to special education teachers on databases and features that they can use to support a wide range of readers. We're also pleased that Ms. Haley is ready to move beyond one school building and to have an impact across the county as the new Supervisor of Library Services. Congratulations, Ms. Haley.
Congratulations, Ms. Haley.
Oops, I think we just lost her video. There we go. And would you like to introduce your family? We can't hear you. You're on mute. We see you waving, but we don't hear you.
Thank you. So we have Mr. Haley, Layla, and Cooper.
Hi. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here to celebrate. All right, we appreciate it. Thank you. The board has also appointed Jonathan Teresi as Director Strategic Planning and Evaluation. Mr. Teresi began his career as a middle school social studies teacher and in 2012 came to Washington Liberty High School. At WNL, he worked to close achievement gaps and to strengthen interventions and led professional learning on instructional technology and using data effectively to drive improvement. He has worked with stakeholders across the county to strengthen supports for students by serving on the Superintendent's Advisory Committee on Equity and Excellence and on the Second Chance and Discipline Committee. As assistant principal at Wakefield High School, Mr. Teresi has demonstrated strong leadership skills and led initiatives focused on closing opportunity gaps and strengthening co-teaching and collaborative learning. He also worked with teachers to integrate social-emotional learning activities into the curriculum and seeks input from stakeholders to understand different perspectives and implement strategies that meet students' needs. His ability to gather and analyze data and use it effectively to foster collaboration and develop plans reflecting a vision that will transfer well into his new position as APS's first Director of Strategic Planning. Congratulations, Mr. Teresi.
Thank you, Ms.
Congratulations.
O'Grady, members of the board, and Dr. Duran. I'm very excited and appreciate the opportunity. This is my wife here, Ashley, and my daughter, Charlotte. Say hi, Charlotte.
That's great. Thank you so much for introducing your family. We're excited for you to take on this new role. Thank you so much. Bye, Charlotte. Aww. Okay. And finally, I'm pleased to announce that Darlene Carr-Green was appointed Interim Operations Manager, Transportation Services. Ms. Carr-Green has been with APS for 30 years and in many capacities. She has served as a bus driver, dispatcher, cluster lead supervisor, router, safety specialist, acting operations manager, and currently she is the support services coordinator. For the past 15 years, she's managed substantial changes in leadership at transportation, and over the last 10 years, her focus has been recruiting and staffing. Her strengths, leadership and stability, has been welcomed and appreciated by all of APS. During her tenure, she has demonstrated diligence and commitment to APS as well as to parents, students, and administrators. We look forward to Ms. Carr-Green serving as the Interim Operations Manager in the Transportation Department. Thank you, Ms. Carr-Green.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you all for the opportunity again. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Well, that was a lot of appointments to talk about, and we're excited for this new journey for so many people. We are now at our monitoring items. We have one monitoring item today, the return to school status update. Dr. Duran.
Thank you. On Tuesday, as we've discussed earlier, I announced two important changes to the Arlington Public Schools return to school plan. First, I proposed this evening modifying the calendar to start on September 8th for all students. This proposal will be part of the information and action items later this evening, and we'll have some more information coming. If approved, teaching staff will begin as scheduled on August 24th to engage in professional learning and to ensure that all of our teachers are prepared to deliver a strong, full-time distance learning program that supports all students. Second, in consultation with public health officials, I announced that we will pause the implementation of our hybrid in-person model and begin this year virtual for all students in the full-time distance learning model. I spent several days leading up to that decision reevaluating our path forward in consultation with many individuals. I met with our Return to School Task Force to hear health and safety concerns they had, listened to staff, students, many families sending in information, and the community. Throughout our planning, the health and safety of our students has driven the decisions, and beginning the year virtually allows us to continue to monitor the status of COVID-19 until we are absolutely confident it is safe to return. This adjustment to our plan is a difficult one, but I believe that it is the right thing to do for the health and safety of our students and staff at this time. As of Monday, our public health officials note that there is still community-wide spread of COVID in Arlington and the wider region. And while we're not yet seeing the spike that we see in some other areas of the country, we are definitely far from normal. And given that information, it's really, really important that we pause and ensure that our safety of all is at the forefront of anything that we do before we move forward. We are all experiencing this in our personal lives. COVID-19 has changed our lives, and we're barely in 4 months into understanding what COVID-19 is and how we must respond to it. I will be sharing some more information later in this presentation about some of the data and some of my concerns. I do want to say I believe we have a strong safety plan that we're working on and will continue to strengthen it. We will be presenting some more information to our community and our task force around that, and I'll also have some more updates in this presentation. Between now and the start of the school year, we are going to devote all of our resources to ensuring that our students are engaged in distance learning that is robust and different than what we experienced in the spring. I want to reiterate that we are still committed to resuming in-school instruction in the classroom as soon as it is safe to do so. I believe that it is important to slow down right now and take a more measured, phased-in approach, and we will then be able to start with success. We're going to continue to focus on our goal of having all students in the classroom. But we need to pause and find a way to begin the new year with a strong and interactive distance learning program tailored to each grade level, and then beginning our goal of phasing in students, hopefully at the interim grading period of the first quarter in early October, if the data and the safety allows. We will continuously review health data and will announce any transition in advance. Our goal is to have hybrid in-person instruction in place for all families that have selected that model by the beginning of the second quarter, again, depending on our health data and in consultation with health officials. We cannot get ahead of the virus. We need to respond to what it's telling us, and we need to help flatten the curve. It is not flat right now, and we all have a role in slowing that spread. The amount of community transmission that we are seeing and our inability to consistently see declines in new cases and community spread is not where it should be for us to fully reopen. Even though the school year will begin with distance learning, families should still log into ParentView to select their instructional delivery model of their choice for when school year is able to reopen. And we still have our deadline of July 20th. So far, we've received almost 50% of families making their selection. These selections that families make will help us plan for staffing and our programs when our buildings reopen. Schools are currently in the process of contacting all families who have not made a selection yet in ParentView. We have bilingual family liaisons that were originally scheduled to work summer school returning a week earlier this past Monday, and they have been assisting our limited English proficient families with making their instructional delivery method and transportation choices. The contact information for those family liaisons is listed on the selection process webpage on Engage. And I know that a family situation may change between now and when school buildings reopen, or perhaps a family's choice on what they were interested in might change given new data and our new approach. So there will be another window when families will be able to either change or to reconfirm their instructional delivery method before we move to that reopening. Any family that is registering their student for the fall will have an opportunity to select their instructional delivery method at that time during the registration process. So for additional information about this process, I encourage families to visit the website that you see in the bottom of this slide. I'd now like to share some details about our full distance learning model and the preparations and professional learning that we're going to be engaging in to have a robust program available. As you can see on this chart, we will be providing rigorous and supportive learning experiences for all students, and there are many different changes and additions to how students will receive instruction and support from what they experienced in the spring of 2020. Instruction will be live Tuesday through Friday. Students will be able to engage with teachers and classmates. Essential concepts that were not addressed in our fourth quarter are embedded into curriculum guides for all elementary and secondary classes. Students' proficiency with new concepts will be graded and attendance will be taken. Students with disabilities will receive executive functioning supports, small group instruction, and pre-teaching and reteaching as needed. Our middle and high school students will be receiving social emotional learning via lessons in their advisory classes. Our English learners will be able to practice speaking and listening with their teachers and with peer language models. Our gifted students will receive extensions and enrichments as a part of their learning activities. And starting in mid-August for our families, we will have the opportunity for parents to participate in parent academies, which will be workshops on topics such as navigating Canvas and Seesaw, learning more about the services and supports for students with disabilities via the distance learning model, explore how early childhood learning activities can be done, including digital experiences like movement opportunities, how to work with manipulatives and exploration of students' homes and neighborhoods. A complete list of the topics that we will have on this will be posted on our webpage in early August, and all of these sessions will be recorded for ease of access for families. Now, what will that look like in terms of our elementary and in our secondary schools? First, our elementary. Students will receive 5 hours and 20 minutes of instruction each day, Tuesday through Friday, much of it synchronous. Classes will come back together at the end of the day to close out the school in a community. Each day starts with the morning message, as you see on the slide, in order to build community within the class and support our students' social-emotional learning. Instruction will be focused on literacy, numeracy, science, social studies, and our specials as well. Breaks are infused throughout the day to encourage movement, and there will be intentional work off-screen time to limit the screen time for students. We will have students engage in several types of learning, being collaborative with their peers, inquiry, kinesthetic, moving around. Some will be using their devices, and some will be using manipulatives or non-digital platforms that will be provided. Mondays, as you can see, are reserved for our teachers to plan, having grade and content collaborative meetings, co-teaching opportunities, being able to plan with assistants, and also have small group interventions for some students that may need additional assistance. Our secondary schedule, you can see here that our middle and high school students will follow an alternating 7-period block schedule. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, they will meet in their 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th period classes, and on Wednesdays and Fridays, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 8th period classes. The classes average about 90 minutes each, with the exception of 3rd period, which is our anchor period that meets every day of those 4 days. The distance learning schedules will be designed to mirror the hybrid bell schedules in order to help ease students' transitions when we move back into the hybrid model and allow for common planning time for teachers across both models. This will also provide a more consistent learning experience for students in each of the models. As you can also see on the slide, students will spend a minimum number of minutes in synchronous learning per their period. You can see on the slide that the totals on the chart in terms of the specific amounts of time and the breakdown of minutes of synchronous and asynchronous instruction. The totals reflected here are minimums, and there may be more direct instruction during certain blocks. For instance, students might receive direct instruction from the teacher, and in certain instances, they might spend more time together in small groups working on an assignment. There also may be more synchronous learning time depending on the depth and the breadth of the content or the need of that student. Also, similar to elementary, our Mondays are reserved for teacher planning so that they can work together with their colleagues, with assistants, provide small group interventions for students that may need that, and comprehensive high school students will also be able to participate in synchronous advisory periods on Monday, in which they will engage with their staff advisor and their advisory period classmates. You also see that we will have social emotional learning opportunities occurring during both the middle and the high school advisory periods. And we provided here HB Woodlawn's schedule, and other high school programs will be posting their schedules on our Return to School webpage very shortly. So in order to do that, we need to make sure that we're supporting our teachers and giving them the professional learning they need. So you can see here on this slide that if the calendar is changed this evening, that would provide for us the opportunity to have 2 pre-service weeks. The first pre-service week, as you can see, are things like equity, cultural responsive practices, trusted adult, trauma-sensitive schools, and other job-related skills. Content area, revised curriculum guidelines around the 4th quarter standards that I spoke about, and other school-based priorities. But with the additional week that would be provided with the change to start on September 8th, you will see preparation for helping with the new distance learning, how to help provide students and parents and other teachers with that new experience, helping teachers learn more about APS tools, Microsoft Teams, Canvas, and other opportunities to use distance learning. And really important, develop deep working knowledge of those tools so that they can help students use them on their asynchronous learning time. So this will be a great opportunity by having this additional week to go deeper and help us come out with a very strong, robust distance learning model. When we think about that, we do know there are students who will have difficulty and need extra support in a distance learning. Our students who receive special education services and will need an additional support, many additional supports. So our IEP and 504 teams will be meeting to adjust services and supports to align with this model starting in August. All special education eligibility assessments and reevaluations will be conducted in a virtual format, also starting in the fall. And the student support process will continue virtually. Any identification of students who require makeup services will be done by assessing students and determining areas of regression that might have occurred. Mondays will be used for our special ed teachers and our general ed teachers to plan together in order to make sure that our students are receiving the differentiation that they need, and we will be incorporating our assistants to help with that. When we think more about the service delivery and what that looks like, we are basing IEP hours of service on 24 hours of synchronous instruction a week, pre-K through 12th grade. Our IEP plans will be aligning with our students' goals and instruction. Our small group instruction will be provided within the general education virtual classroom. We will have teletherapy and coaching models used to deliver things like counseling, speech, occupational therapy, or physical therapy. And consultative sessions with parents and caregivers will be provided by related service providers and our special educators. We will make sure that ongoing progress monitoring is completed to identify successes and any opportunities for additional supports needed. Our instructional assistants will help play a key role in providing additional supports for students beyond the instruction to address executive functioning skills, social emotional support, and again, more academic assistance. For our English language learners, they will be receiving interactive synchronous instruction 4 days a week, which will help focus on English language development based on their WIDA standards and the content that's needed at their appropriate grade level. Students will be receiving new instructional content, and student work will be graded, and opportunities to use the 4 language domains that are needed for our English learners to be successful: reading, writing, speaking, and listening. And so this will provide our EL teachers the opportunity to collaborate and co-teach with grade level teachers, to do synchronous pull out of instruction based on language needs, opportunities for our English learners to engage with their peers, and again, daily synchronous learning will be providing sufficient instructional time to meet the requirements of our DOJ settlement agreement. For our gifted students, following our regular APS procedures, our identified gifted students will be grouped or clustered together with other students who are also identified gifted in the same content area. In high schools, students might also self-select for AP or IB courses. Our cluster teachers are responsible for the delivery and the planning for gifted services with the support of our RTG, or our research teacher for gifted, at each of our schools. All of our RTGs will continue ongoing support and coaching for cluster teachers. They will continue to also work with teachers on developing digital portfolios via Seesaw or Canvas to show growth over time and beyond standards and highlight the development and communicate that with parents. Our RTGs will also collaborate with special education case carriers and our teachers to make sure we're providing and planning support for our twice exceptional learners and supporting the instructional expectations for special education. And when all possible, our RTGs will be part of the IEP and 504 process. RTGs will continue collaborating with our English learner teachers to support students who are advanced or gifted and need those extension activities supporting them. And last, our RTGs will make sure to help lead professional development that's targeted for teachers using the gifted services professional learning cycle. So as you can see, we have put forth a lot of thought, and we are continuing to strengthen this, working with our teachers, and I appreciate many of the comments on the public comment and others that we've been receiving in other formats of how we can strengthen and continue to work on having a very robust distance learning program and model that will help meet the needs of our students, knowing that many of our students will need additional supports. Going back to health and safety, it is vitally important that we continue to partner and collaborate with the Arlington County Public Health Division as we plan and implement our health and safety measures. We are basing, again, all of our decisions on the guidance that we're receiving from them and in conjunction with our feedback we're receiving from our stakeholders. The health and well-being and safety of our students and employees is paramount to our reopening conversations. So we will continue those conversations. We will reflect on concerns we're hearing. We will work on a phased-in approach to in-person instruction based on the data that we're seeing in the trends. And we're going to commit to collaborate with all of our partners to support families who need assistance with food during this time as well, which is an important part when we think about safety. Many have asked what data sources we've used and what sources informed our decision. Well, there's not a single source or a single data point. It is based on consultation with our county public health officials, state officials, and a review of many sources. We monitor this dashboard, though, I wanted to share, from Johns Hopkins, which shows Virginia and Arlington data and shows us the increase and fluctuation in cases over a 14-day window. Starting back too quickly jeopardizes the health and safety of our teachers and students and could result in having to close and restart, which would put us in a worse position. This is not a risk that I'm willing to take at this time, and we need to continue to assess the situation as many other school divisions are also doing. We are seeing many others across the country and in our local Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. metro area looking at this data and pausing to make sure that we are paying attention to the health. We also evaluate state data, and on this chart you can see provided by the Virginia Department of Health and in consult daily with our Public Health Division in Arlington County. This source we also will monitor to see how national trends may be impacting our state cases. While Arlington is by no means seeing the spike in cases experienced in other parts of the country, however, the rate of new cases we see here and we've been seeing recently is increasing. The Virginia Department of Health data as of today reported 14 new cases in Arlington overnight, bringing the 7-day rate of new cases to 124, which is the highest point we've seen since June 13th. The regional picture is similarly one of an increase in the rate of new cases. And this is in Virginia, and we're seeing, but we also have to be mindful of the Washington, D.C. metropolitan data as well, and they're seeing similar trends. So this is really troubling and concerning, and it's a reason we must pause and take time to do what is right for our students and our staff. I want to reiterate a few key elements of our health and safety plan. We will continue with physical distancing. There's been a lot of questions because there have been recommendations or suggestions that we would go to 3 feet. We are maintaining 6 feet distances between individuals to the greatest extent possible for in-person instruction. We're planning that way in terms of how the classrooms will be set up, riding the bus, etc. Masks will continue to be required unless there's a medical exception. And as guidance states, circumstances will exist like eating or drinking, where a mask may have to be removed for a limited time, and in those cases, 6-foot distances must be maintained during those exceptions. And we're going to continue on that, and we'll continue following that guidance and working with our local health director. Many have also asked about returning to work and school. Staff have asked about returning and whether they can access their classrooms for materials that they may need for virtual learning and preparation and things they might need to bring back in order to properly support their students. So we're working on specific procedures now. Schools and departments are using a template with the latest public health guidance to develop action plans for return for work to school for staff if you may be interested in coming back into your classroom to retrieve some things. There will be clear protocols, clear guidance on how you can do that. One thing, all employees will be required to complete a COVID-19 awareness training prior to returning into a building. And another question we've had by many is about hand sanitizer. We've received a lot of questions about that. And we are discontinuing the practice of prohibiting hand sanitizer use in classrooms for the duration of the COVID pandemic and once we return back into schools. That one was a huge question I've been seeing. We are committed also, and I am committed to listen and be out and hear from our community. We want to keep everyone informed as much as possible throughout our planning. As you can see, I want to thank everyone who have given us feedback, support. We've received hundreds and hundreds of messages, and I am very pleased to say how engaged our community is. Look at the attendance at our town halls this week. We had 5,600 viewers in the town hall who sent us 1,400 questions. In our all-staff town hall, 1,400 participants with over 650 questions. And the community town hall we had has been viewed 15,000 times on Facebook with 1,200 comments. So people are engaged, and we will continue to make sure that I have those opportunities for our community to come, listen, learn, and ask questions. And on all the emails we're getting hundreds and hundreds of those emails. We're not able to personally respond to each and every one, but we read them, and we're utilizing a way to put those into questions and answers on our frequently asked questions. And I would continue to encourage you to please use our Engage webpage and our Engage email to send us those questions. Community support and engagement throughout makes us better, and it is vital to our work to unite, to fight this virus, and to bring our students and staff back into the classroom. I will continue, of course, to have our task force meeting every week. I will continue to have weekly updates sent to staff via our Staff Central and to our families through School Talk every Tuesday, and more frequently if developments warrant, but absolutely you can always expect on Tuesday. Monitoring reports like this will be shared on every board meeting that we have, and you will be able to see these and video clips of this sent out in those messages for families that don't watch live. And again, I want to reemphasize that our APS Engage webpage has updates, news, information, details, frequently asked questions, and they're also arranged by school level and by topic. Please let us know what questions you may continue to have. Please share your thoughts. This is a very difficult process for us to work through. It's uncharted, but we will do it together, and we will make good decisions together, and we will make sure that our students and staff can be back in the classroom physically as soon as it's safe to do so. And in that process, we will make sure we have a strong distance learning. We also are using many opportunities to engage with our community through social media, text, robocalls, WhatsApp. I've made some videos of messages of myself, and we're including our bilingual family liaison and other strategies to reach all families. So please stay engaged with us. Please let us know. You may not always agree with the decisions and how we're moving forward, but I hope you will hear the why behind it, and I hope you will understand. And if not, I hope that we will continue to be able to answer those questions. But please know we're all in this together, and all of us, all the messages I've received from one perspective to another, the bottom line in all of them is people want our students learning. All of us want our students learning. We're all committed. And so if we can all understand that we're all in this for that, we might see and approach it in different ways, but with the commonality that we must have students learning and we must have staff and students safe in that process, we will get through this. I ask and implore all of us to come together in a peaceful, respectful dialogue on that. There's a lot of negativity out there about this whole process and dealing with COVID-19. People have turned it into a political argument. It is not a political argument for us, and it should not be. Teaching and learning, safety and health is what we're all about, and let us try and find a way to join together respectfully in that conversation and push out all that noise and push out all that conversation which is causing us to be distracted from what we need to do to move forward. This final slide outlines the next steps in planning that you can see from the slides about family and teacher selection closing on Monday, July 20th, all the various dates I won't read, but very important information for all of us to understand and know that we have a lot of key markers ahead and decisions and discussions and opportunities to engage through this process. A lot of work to come, a lot of reflection, and a lot of opportunity for us to do what's right and do what's best based on the data we have, and let us all come together. That's all I ask. Come together, work together, and let's figure this out. Arlington is an amazing community. We all love our families and our students and our staff. Let's all be together in this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for that very thorough presentation, Dr. Duran. With that, I'd like to turn to my colleagues, and I'd like to start off with Ms. Van Dorn to see if she has any questions regarding the presentation.
I don't. I just really want to thank Dr. Duran for that extremely detailed presentation. I think families have been looking for that detail, and it is very, very welcome. I also want to thank you for leading us on this and helping us move forward. I think families now have, at least for today, a sense of what's happening in the future so they can begin to make plans. And I think we as family members can all begin to work together. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. It's such an unsettling time. And if we can turn that unsettling, as you said, to working together, we can hang in there until we get through this. So just thank you for your leadership on this. And it was excellent information. Thank you.
Ms. Van Dorn.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. I'd like to turn to Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, thank you. I do have a few questions, really kind of two major areas. I'll do one. If you want to move on for other questions and come back to me, that's fine. So thank you for that very long and large and meaty presentation, Dr. Duran. So my first set of questions has to do with the timing for the parent responses. So because we have now landed on virtual, 100% virtual for the beginning of the school year, the urgency for parents responding, and their deadline is this coming Monday, the urgency is not as great. And I know that PTAs and the reduced staffing that's going on in schools, because of summertime, people are scrambling to communicate with families, and particularly in Title I schools, and help them understand what's happening. So my request is that the July 20th deadline be extended a little bit, a week, maybe the end of July, because it'll help everyone, reach families who aren't plugged in, or, overcoming the language barrier, or, something like that. And, truth be told, there are still some families taking advantage of the summer by being out of Arlington. And on that subject of deciding, for families to decide whether they want to choose the hybrid model or the, continue with all virtual, it's difficult for parents to decide which model if they don't know what that hybrid model is going to look like when we are able to implement a hybrid model, which at this point is at least 3 months from now, if not more. So I'm wondering about the utility of requiring a decision this Monday for potentially a hybrid model that, if we're lucky, we get to implement in the middle of October, middle of November, something like that, and potentially even later than that. So because we don't have all the answers, because parents don't have all the answers, and because implementing is so far away, I'd like to see if we can have a little delay in that decision date. So that's my first comment. Monique, if you want to move on to others, that's fine. You want to come back to me? I've got two other things.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I believe that Dr. Duran will probably want to address your comment. We're going to do 2 questions around, so if you have a second one after he answers, that'll be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. So we have looked at that date and our concern with, we need the information soon. You're correct that it's further out, but having the opportunity for us to gather that information now is important for us to be able to understand how to best plan schedules, plan staffing around the start of school. So when we're thinking about exploring grouping of students according to their model. So when we're thinking about even going into the full online, how will we group students? We would love to have some sense now of a consistency to build master schedules and whatnot, so that if a family was choosing to be in the hybrid model, but they're starting out now in the all virtual model, that we would be able to group them with other students who would be in that same place, so that when we were going to be able to move back into that they would be an ease and to move back with that whole group, and they wouldn't be mixed and changed and be disrupted in another way. Having said that, we also have the opportunity, as I indicated earlier, that will be another window of opportunity for families to go back in and change and select when we have additional information on that. We do have information on our hybrid model on our Engage page. We presented that before. I didn't present more on that this evening. We presented the last time because we're now focusing on the virtual model. But again, for us to help us with making sure we can build those master schedules and group students, having that information now is important.
Okay, am I still up?
Yes, you are, Mr. Goldstein. One more question for you for this round. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is about, you announced in your monitoring item that we're hoping to phase in person in the form of the hybrid model, maybe late in the first quarter and hopefully by the beginning of the second quarter. So what happens if we're not ready to do that by the beginning of the second quarter because of lack of staff, or we haven't worked out transportation issues, or availability of PPE, or what we find out about the infection rate, or cleaning supplies are unavailable, or we find out that they've not been effective, or anything like that, that's not guidance from above, because that could certainly affect our plans. But guidance from above is not the only determinant in how we're able to do this. So when are we actually going to assess those things and make a decision about what the next quarter is going to look like?
Well, we are going to continue with our work groups that are planning on all those areas for that opportunity when we believe the health data allows us. So the guidance will be looking at the health data and making sure that we can reopen. But having said that, if we don't have all those things in place, then we will continue to remain in the virtual until we can be certain that we have all the things needed to open safely. And that's why spending the time right now to do 2 things: plan a solid, robust, interactive virtual opportunity for our students, while simultaneously planning for that hybrid entry when the data tells us is critical. We have to do both. And then we have to assess along the way, looking at all the things you've indicated and then more, and make sure our teachers are prepared and trained in the hybrid approach, all of that. And so if we don't have those key things in place, and if we do not feel that they are going to provide a safe learning environment for our students and for our staff, then we would remain in that virtual model. The opportunity to phase in is one that I presented because I think that is a good way for us to do it in smaller groups rather than reopening and bringing everyone back at once. That will allow us to be better prepared. And that is in guidance, following the guidance from the governor in his phases, where he identified certain groups: our early learners, our pre-K to 3rd grade, our students with disabilities, and our English learners, starting to prioritize them. So we are looking at that. And so while we are saying now that we are going to start all virtual, that does not mean we're stopping all the planning and the engagement with our work groups and our task force towards that.
Okay, thank you. I know everybody's anxious to return to, quote unquote normal, at least the normal that we used to know. And, people are hoping that that's going to be, sooner rather than later. I think based on what you just said, I want to make clear to everyone who's listening that going back to the classroom, maybe roughly the second quarter or something, is a plan, not a promise.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I appreciate your comments. Ms. Talento, do you have any questions or comments for the superintendent?
Thank you, Chair Grady. I appreciate the opportunity. I want to thank you, Dr. Duran, for the presentation and information that you provided to us this evening. I really appreciate getting these updates. I don't have any questions. To be frank, I've been processing all the questions we're getting from the community. I've been keeping up with the FAQs. I know we posted a few the last couple of days, so I've been getting a lot of information that way as well. One suggestion that I would like to share that has come up in some of the conversations we're having with community members is, and I thought this was something that I hadn't heard in any of the work and feedback that we've been provided, but I thought it was actually very insightful and helpful, especially for our families who may not have multiple places for their students to study. So if you are a family and you're in an apartment where you're sharing bedrooms, or in your home where your kids are sharing bedrooms, one of the options that a family asked is, could they have an option of having their kids go in separate groups when the hybrid model comes forth? So I know that we've been hoping to support families by making sure that their students are put in the same groups during the hybrid models. But this particular parent said it would be great if they could split their students into two groups, so that way one person has a space at home to study while they're doing their distance learning days and their other child is in school, and then they switch because it's been difficult for both kids to find space to work at times. So I thought that was very interesting request, and I think it probably would help a lot of our families. So perhaps when we do the reassessment in the fall, in hopes to open, that we can add that question to the questionnaire asking for the confirmation, and that may be helpful. I don't know, it might be too late to do now. So I just want to share that feedback because I think it's another way that we can support our families in working together to providing the best education. And I did also want to thank you for working on making videos for our families. I know that many of our immigrant families may not be literate in English, so even if they can understand it, they may not know how to read English. And having the videos and the visuals will be very helpful for them to understand what virtual will look like, how to do the parent view selection, etc. I know that you received some of that feedback, and I just wanted to thank you for mentioning that in your update. At this time, I don't have any other questions. That's just the feedback that I have today. And I want to just thank the community for being engaged, for providing us all of the questions that they're sending, the concerns. I want to acknowledge also the stress and the anxiety and the fear that's out there, especially regarding the mental health piece for our students. I know that this is a very difficult decision in going 100% virtual, but I do think that prioritizing the safety and health of our students and staff is paramount to making sure that we get through this pandemic the best way possible. But I want to acknowledge that I recognize there are consequences to every decision we make. And there's been concern about the mental health of our kids and our students. And I just want to acknowledge that anxiety and that fear, and recognize that this is difficult, but that sometimes I think that, I know this is obvious, but we're in a pandemic. This is something that hasn't happened for 100 years, and people are dying. And we actually have APS students who've already lost parents to the COVID-19. I know of 3 families who have students in APS that have lost a parent to COVID in Arlington, of course. And it's real. And this isn't easy for anyone, for any family, for any student, for any staff member, even for us in leadership, to make these decisions. And I just want to implore to the community, as you stated, Dr. Duran, we have to work together. We have to have conversations and hear each other. And we may not always agree on how we're moving forward, but the health and safety of our students and our staff has to be priority because we want them all here when we come out of this pandemic. And so that's all I wanted to share. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady, and thank you, Dr. Duran, for the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Talento, and I appreciate your comments and feedback. And on the grouping of students, we do have a group, that, our DTL, our Department of Teaching and Learning, Administrative Services are working on how to best group students, trying to make sure that we can be flexible in recommendations that you provided, also being making sure that we can really meet all those needs. So we'll take that back into consideration, certainly, and I know the leaders who are working on those are listening right now, and so thank you for that. And these are difficult times that we're working through, and we also have many challenging road ahead for us, a challenging road ahead for us, but we will work together. And I want to say something that someone shared with me the other day. They said, this must have been a real difficult decision for you. The decision wasn't difficult because the health and safety of our students is not a difficult thing to consider. The process is difficult and how we navigate and go through that and get through that. And I think we should really differentiate that, and I need to be clear in saying that. And it was an interesting pause for me to say, wow, you know what? No, it wasn't difficult to think about health and safety. But what is difficult is how do we make all this work, as you said, Ms. Talento, and something we haven't experienced as a nation and certainly in the world since the 1918 pandemic that occurred then. So thank you for that reminder. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Thank you, Dr. Duran. Dr. Cannonen.
Yes, thank you, Ms. O'Grady, and thank you, Dr. Duran. Yes, a very thorough presentation. I think this is the third update you've provided to us this summer, and everyone provides more detail. We're getting deeper into this. I think it's working where people are writing in to engage. It's all of those different ideas and questions and concerns are being read, and then little by little we're developing our plans a little bit more. So we're on a good path. I want to follow up. I have several questions, but I want to start by following up on sort of the topic that Mr. Goldstein raised. And I think I want to jump in and ask the hardest question first. And recognizing that we don't have the data yet for the July 20th deadline, and I understand the conversation you had about why we really do want that information so we can think about staffing, but that becomes the question. We heard a number of speakers talk about this, and we're hearing anxiety from teachers. No matter which way it goes, there's likely to be a mismatch in preferences with families and teachers when we do get to the point of implementing the hybrid model, with potentially more families wanting the hybrid model than teachers. I mean, that would be the expectation. And the fear that I think we're hearing even from parents, that I think some of the speakers tonight were parents, not teachers, but the concern that, we might have teachers who don't want to teach to teach in person, but because the demand is there, they might have to. I think we heard one speaker say, what if a teacher usually teaches fifth grade, but we need, them to move over to second, and, they might be at one school, but they're needed at another. And just the concern that there might be a lot of movement, loss of relationships, history, things like that. I know it's early. Again, you haven't seen the data. And I don't want to get ahead of the conversation by asking you to speculate too much about how this might play out when we don't know. But we do know that mismatch is likely to come. And are you thinking about it? Are you do you have some ideas about how you're going to proceed once you see that data, and how you're going to best provide for our students while also respecting staff's preferences?
So yes, we are concerned about what that will look like, and we have been thinking about that. I might ask our Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Redding, to talk a little bit about what the operation work group around HR has been doing, and the processes and the thought. As you said, the data should be, actually on the July 30th meeting on the monitoring report, I'll have that report out of the data, but we're still working on getting that done. There was several thousands of teachers have already responded. I believe over 1,500, I'm not sure, have already responded. So Mr. Redding might know the data more than I. Haven't looked at it yet, but once we have that, we'll be able to share. So Mr. Redding, why don't you share a little bit about what the planning and the thinking is with regard to the question Dr. Cannon asked. Thank you.
Right. Yes, we are monitoring that data to see what is it going to look like when we get the responses on July 20th. And in order to accommodate some of the concerns we're hearing, part of the operations group is working on childcare and what could childcare for our employees look like to address one of their concerns about how they would proceed. As this moves forward, we'll work on different ways to address it, but we are aware that there could be potentially, a mismatch between what staff is requesting and where families are going. Student need at the end of the day is what's going to drive how we're assigning those roles. We want to work to honor staff preference to the extent that is possible based on the demand for seats in the hybrid model and the full distance learning model.
The other part of the question I think that you asked is our principals are working really hard to plan on how they can group like models with like teachers. In other words, those students that we will understand and we're requesting a hybrid and the teacher. So we're trying to work on that once we get the data. They're setting up discussions and processes for that to happen. So there'll be less disruption and splitting later on. So that is something we're looking at. But to your point, we have to see the data and figure out how that looks, but that is what our framework is right now and what our thinking is moving forward.
Yeah, thank you for that. And again, I know we can't be too specific yet, but it's certainly one of the anxieties that we're hearing.
Absolutely.
I know that we'll continue to work on that. So another question on this same topic of the choices that folks are making, are also hearing, of course, from parents who are concerned about potentially, making their decision, and as they get into the year and learn, for example, that they might be more comfortable with hybrid than they originally thought. Do you anticipate ways over the course of the year, really, even not necessarily just this first round, perhaps November, but even later in the year after January, might there be chances for parents, for families to change their choice, switch mid-year? Are you going to build the flexibility in to allow for that?
Yes, and actually presented that last monitoring report, and I've talked about in a few town halls that we will provide that flexibility if there is space at that time. So once we have asked families to select, once we have set up the models that way with the number of students, if there is available space in that classroom, for example, if a student has been in the virtual models, I think was your question, and they want maybe are more comfortable going to the hybrid model, and they're in fourth grade. So if the fourth grade classroom that they would go into has space still for us to maintain that social distancing, then yes, we would be flexible. So it would be a case by case, working with our principals. That's actually something we're working on, developing clear guidance on those procedures and what that would look like should a family want to request after and during the year, and clear protocol in terms of when they would be able and not be able to, and that would again be based upon available capacity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cannon. And I do have a question for you, Dr. Duran. I did note that when we were looking at the hybrid option, we were looking at regular start times, but maybe staggered start times because of the bus situation. Now that we're looking at all students going back virtually, should parents plan to be looking at their regular school start times, or what should they be expecting?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And then another question, as some of our older students have the opportunity to choose courses for the fall, for some of those students, if they had intended to go hybrid and now they know that they're going virtual, if they have any desires to change their course selection, is it too late for them to change their course selection, or can they reconsider?
For the detail on the course selection, I'll ask Ms. Loft if she could answer that one on the course selection question.
Sure. So our students signed up for classes on or around February for our secondary students. And we anticipate that we're going to be able to offer those classes that students signed up for in the distance learning model. If students are looking to make changes in their course selections, they can certainly work with their counselors as they normally would do when school started. And I'm not quite sure I'm answering your question, Ms. O'Grady, so could you repeat it?
I think you did, Ms. Loft. I was
Oh,
wondering
good.
whether if students are interested now in rethinking their course selection, maybe because they're not going to be in school all day long under the hybrid plan 2 days a week, but they have a different sort of learning experience. Some may want to change their courses and some may not, but I just wanted to understand that. And I think you answered that if they're interested in changing, then they should speak to their counselor. Is that correct? Okay, thank you very much. Those are the questions I had.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Let me go back around to see if there's another round of questions on this, I know, very meaty topic. I'm going to go back to Ms. Van Doren. Ms. Van Doren, any additional questions? You're on mute, Ms. Van Doren.
I don't, yeah, it's okay. I don't know if this is much of a question, and Dr. Duran, this is for you or members of your staff. And I don't know if it's something you want to address tonight or perhaps at the next meeting to think about, you see what you want to do with it. My concerns are more about the social emotional aspect of our all getting through this. As parents, we're having to support our kids who don't have the interaction with their friends as much as they did before. They're at home a lot. Older kids, I think, are struggling with that and are struggling with being separated. I think maybe all kids are. And it would be great if we could be providing some advice to parents and advice to students on how to cope with this situation. I'm sure that there's good materials out there, good advice. And I don't know how in the summer or even during the year we're planning to do that. So if there isn't evolved thinking about it, we can leave it for the next time. But I put it out there because in my interactions with parents and within my own family with my children, the first thing we have to get through is the emotional aspect of the conversation, because I find that people grasp for the certainty of a date or a method of instruction or a decision point more out of a need to take control of the situation. So I think all of us understanding that, we then can get past some of the anger and unhappiness that comes out at the beginning and allows us to get to the heart of what we're trying to talk about. And we have to make a lot of decisions without complete information or knowledge of the future. And there's a whole psychology to that. So I'm thinking about that in terms of how we help families cope with that, because basically the kids are at home and we're asking the parents to be the primary caregivers, which they always are, but they're also now primarily responsible for supporting their kids without the daily input of staff. And that then connects to my second topic, which is childcare, which is going to be an issue for many, many families. And I know that we're not able to provide that, but is there any conversation about PTAs or, and I know we don't control those, but any groups who can perhaps be beginning to think about supporting or the conversation about how to get that done in all manners, volunteering with each other, or whatever way we're going to do it. So those are my two topics. One is the social emotional support for families to support their kids and for the kids themselves, and childcare. And if it's better to address it the next time around, that's fine. But I'm not expecting an answer, but rather a dialogue.
Sure.
Thank you.
And for the child care, we are looking into that. There's actually a joint committee with county and school staff. So that one we will be bringing back more information to the next monitoring report. But in terms of the social emotional learning, we will be providing, I think, two different ways. One, in mid-August, as I mentioned, the parent academies that will be available with topics to help parents think about a variety of things, maybe how to use Canvas, those type of things, but also some social emotional learning opportunities for them to understand how to support their students in dealing with this and maybe themselves. In terms of the students, we also have built in, if you recall, in the schedules that I was showing, there's a morning message for elementary and then the advisory time in the secondary, where we will be building in social emotional learning lessons that are being developed right now so that during its school advisory time at the secondary level, they're getting that opportunity to engage in those topics and discuss that, and in the elementary in their morning messages every day.
That's great. For right now, as people are taking in the information and the decisions that are being made, what are the resources that families can obtain right now if they're having difficulty with supporting their students, or their students are struggling right now?
We can work on making sure that we have some of those listed on our Engage page as some potential resources that they might have for them to use. So we'll work on that, and I'll make sure in the next monitoring report to bring back some more information on what we're doing there as well.
Okay. Are there counselors on staff during the summer? What I'm looking for, Bridget's on.
Yes,
she
Bridget's
knows what
on.
I'm looking for. Who does someone pick up the phone and call right now?
Bridget, you can add some more
Sure.
to that. But again, we'll provide much more detail in the report next time on this. But Bridget, if you'd like to add some more now, thank you.
Sure, absolutely. So we're fortunate enough to have a cadre of social workers who have been on point since the first day of the summer break and will be on point until school begins again. Their contact information is listed on the website, and it's a rotating group of folks. So you may not be able to get in touch with a social worker at your school, but they have the contact information of your social worker. And so there'll be an opportunity for sort of continuum of services. And we did that on purpose. Our social workers, unfortunately, have been really busy in providing for basic needs for families, but they're also in place and ready to support families and students who have social emotional needs as well.
And if someone doesn't have the website immediately handy, they could always just call their school and get connected, correct?
So yes, they could call their schools. The schools are aware of the system that's been placed on the website, so they can refer them to that or
That's what I was thinking.
Contact themselves. Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Doren. Mr. Goldstein, do you have up to 2 more additional questions?
Yeah, thank you. I think really it's only one, and that is, are we developing a set of metrics or an algorithm or something similar that will inform us about the right time to move from all virtual to in-person? Some type of algorithm, I guess, that, would include availability of buses or our ability to, or the number of teachers who have been trained, or the amount of PPE we have in place, or something like that, so that we can look at all these aspects in some kind of model and say yes or no, it's the right time or it's not the right time to move to in person.
So we're not developing an algorithm, but we do have a series of criteria and a list of things that we will be looking at to ensure, to your point on PPE, if that's available, looking at our data. So we will have a series of things that we're looking at, and I'll be happy to bring some of that back to share publicly. We plan on doing that, but certainly at a future meeting we can talk about what are those criteria, but not an algorithm per se. And as I was sharing earlier, there's not one metric that's going to drive this. This is holistic learning. And also, we're still learning about this virus, and in conversations we've all seen even recently how different data points have changed, and as we're learning. So we are looking overall and at some criteria, yes, but not an algorithm specifically.
Okay, yeah, good. So yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that when you going to bring it to the next or some future return to school monitoring item.
Yes, and that will be all of our future monitoring items. Will need to be providing that update to share. What are we looking at? How are we getting prepared? If our goal is to return, what are things that we're looking at, and what are the data points that we're considering? So absolutely, that will be part. Again, there are different criteria. It's not one algorithm, but it'll be clear to see what we're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
That's,
Gold.
Monique, that's the extent of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Ms. Talento, any additional questions?
Yes, I want to acknowledge something because I have to imagine that some of the parents are feeling the way I'm feeling. I'm feeling very overwhelmed by all the information that we're receiving. And I've been studying it. I read all the FAQs. This weekend, I have to get updated. So what I'm going to try to do, and I say that because I have to imagine that our parents are overwhelmed with all the information that we're sharing. And it's a lot to process. And so I want to acknowledge that we are hearing our community, we're hearing all the questions, but we don't have the ability to answer them all in our monitoring item tonight. And so what I want to focus on a couple of things. And two of these are really based on a funding aspect, which the board is required to approve if we need to address any budgetary issues. So the one thing I want to just reaffirm, because I think it's just important that we continue to reaffirm this, is that our pre-K students, our pre-K through 2 students are getting devices prior to the first day of school.
That is correct.
And just to be clear, it includes pre-K, everyone in our VPI programs.
Yes, that is correct, through our CARES funding, CARES Act.
Excellent. And so in that, and then do we know if our middle school students are getting keyboards? That has come up. I know it's something that we've talked about throughout this school year. I know that it's something that we're looking into to see budgetary costs. I think a few weeks ago. Do we have any information on that funding piece?
Yes, I spoke with IS today, Raj, and we already had planned to provide keyboards to our rising 6th graders. And so we are now looking at working with Raj on being able to provide those for our 7th and 8th graders as well for middle school. There was also questions that I received and others received about elementary, so not for elementary, 6th grade. So we already had in the planning and in the ordering for the incoming 6th graders. So now they will definitely be able to have that at the beginning of the year. But now as we look for our 7th and 8th graders to order and what that cost would be, they may not get it right at the beginning, but we're hoping to try and get it as soon as we can.
Okay, so just to make sure I understood, our incoming 6th graders will have keyboards because we are issuing them new laptops and we were able to process that order jointly.
Yes.
But our 7th and 8th graders, we have to order them as separate pieces, which is a separate order. And so therefore we are getting them, but we are not sure if we'll have them in time for the first day of school, and we'll get it to them as soon as they come in.
Yes, and Raj, if you want to make sure that that's correct in terms of they'll have it in time or not. I know you and I spoke earlier about you were trying to, so the timing on the 7th and 8th graders, you probably have more detail on that, but I know you're working on it. So if you want to provide more clarification on that.
I think, Dr. Duran, you covered everything. We are working with the vendors and we'll know more about the status of the timelines that we will actually receive that tomorrow because we are in conversations with the vendors right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see Ms. Peterson's hand was up. I don't know if she wanted to add something to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Yes, I was just wanted to say that all of these plans are things that we are looking at, but I have to reiterate that it has to be within the funding that we have. And right now we're down and we're going to continue to be down. So while I applaud all of these efforts, I really want to be careful about saying that we're going to provide something to students when we have a gap right now in our budget, and that gap will continue to grow. So I would like, if the board would like us to spend those funds, and that is absolutely up to the board, but with the understanding that it will increase a deficit.
Okay. Ms. O'Grady, can I just, it's a questioning in the same line. I won't have any other questions, but can I ask Ms. Peterson a clarifying point?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Ms. Peterson, I just want to make sure I understand. So for the keyboards piece, from a funding perspective, we do not, that is not within our current budget right now. So the keyboards for the 6th graders and 7th and 8th graders, we will need to find additional funding in our budget. I know
The
that
keyboards for the 6th graders were already planned as part of the annual process of providing new devices to rising 6th graders. So that was already factored into the cost of the devices for the coming year.
Okay.
What I am referring to is additional keyboards that have not been planned or budgeted, which could cost anywhere between $250,000 and $300,000, which in and of itself typically is not necessarily a terrible funding problem or a very large sum of money. Some might argue otherwise. But when it comes on the heels of a lot of other changes in our budget, including loss of revenue and additional expenditures for health and safety, we just need to be careful about how fast we're going along a route when I don't have numbers from the state on revenue loss. I don't have updates from the county yet on what revenue loss is going to look like. And I'm sweating a little bit. That's all.
And Ms. Talento, just to clarify for me that is, now that we're moving to the distance learning model fully, that this is a very important thing for us to do for our middle school students, which is why we're working on that. Ms. Peterson's talking about the fact that 6th grade was only currently there. We're also providing, Ms. Peterson is working with getting together a document that has a list of all of the expenditures and what that might look like. And we also are going to need to work with our county partners and others on how we could get support from that. But what we need to help our students learn, and this is one I believe strongly in, that's what we're working towards.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And that was the point I was hoping to make, that I agree with you, Dr. Duran, this is important, but I also recognize that we need to understand the funding, which is what I was focusing on, those two things. And then Ms. O'Grady, I just have comments. I don't have any further questions. So, and thank you for the opportunity. So I just wanted to share something else that has come across in conversations with community members and staff is sometimes what I think what I'd like to emphasize or highlight is that I think it's important to work with EAP, our Employee Assistance Program, and any other resources and we may have access to support our teachers' mental health. They're going to be working with our students. I know they've been doing, they're going to be doing trauma-informed training, trauma-informed curriculum training and so forth. And but I think I was watching a TED Talk that a teacher sent us earlier this year about what teachers face every day and how they are sometimes the first line of, I guess I would say, defense and supporting our students who have been through trauma. So as I mentioned earlier, we already have students that have lost a parent to COVID, and these students are going to be expected to come learn in six to 8 weeks. And, you know, our teachers are going to be managing that, and then they have to bring that home and also manage their families and be caregivers for whoever they're being a caregiver for, or they may be in a situation where they have lost someone or may lose someone to the pandemic. And so I don't have a question, but I just want to put it out there that whatever we can do to provide mental health support for our teachers, maybe we incorporate in our PD a mental health day or a mental health discussion or training, group counseling, things like that. Just I'm putting it out there. I know to add on the long list of things we're already working on, but we need them to support our families and our students. And I just want to make sure that that's being considered. And I know EAP has done wonderful work because we've been getting the emails about everything that they're doing. And this is not a knock on EAP. I just don't know if EAP is enough in the work that they're doing. So any additional resources that are out there, creative ways to support our teachers, I think would be great. And then the last comment is, as we are grouping students into into classes to support their educational curriculum, if they go into the hybrid model, to consider working with counselors and teachers who had them prior to understand what needs and how the grouping may work. I'm assuming that is happening, but I just want to make sure that as we looked at this logistical exercise, to put our students in groups in virtual learning and in the hybrid, that we're also working with the teachers who know our students and the principals to make sure that those groupings are actually also working from a understanding of who our students are. And that's the only comments I have. So thank you so much for the time.
Thank you for those comments.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now turn to Dr. Cannon. Dr. Cannon.
All right, thank you. And I have two comments that maybe in the interest of time, I'll just share these and ask that maybe on July 30th, we can get some more information if we can. So first, sort of following up on one of Ms. Talento's concerns about the technology, we know that when we closed our schools in the spring, we got a lot of concerns in the community about the digital divide and the question of whether all of our students, had access to devices, but then also have access to the internet and are really able to do their work. And I think we have a plan for that. We are getting devices into every single student's hands, but I think we're also going to have to be able to demonstrate that to the community. And so some way, again, we know we're giving all the students devices, but we really need to make sure that they're connected in some way to demonstrate to the community that that's really happening, because I think that was a question we heard a lot. And my other comment is actually sort of ending on a positive note, which I think we could all use. Teachers, we, of course, have had a variety of opinions, but a lot of teachers were tremendously relieved at the decision to start the year in distance learning. And, I heard a lot of comments like, we're ready, we're jazzed, we're going to do the best distance learning ever. Like, teachers are really relieved and ready to go, ready to rock this. And so I would just suggest that, we have a lot of teachers in our system, across our system, in all of our schools, who really are, innovative and, want to collaborate, want to bring, they'll participate in, other professional learning opportunities and really want to bring some new ideas into this. So I hope that we have ways to take advantage of that and really help teachers find ways to, cross-pollinate and collaborate and all those kinds of things, because I think they're really excited and they're up for this, and we can do some really interesting, innovative things, but we have to make sure we're giving them the time, resources, and opportunity to have those conversations and to support each other.
Thank you. So we definitely will be bringing back some more updates on technology and how it's being accessed. All those questions you asked, I think that's important as a regular monitoring component to say that now we're in full virtual. How are our students connected? How do we know they're connected? Providing them with the device is one thing. Helping families get Comcast through the the Essentials program is another. But how do we know they're actually doing that? So certainly we will be providing that and can share that data further. And absolutely, we need to incorporate and encourage and find ways and opportunities for our teacher voice to be part of this process. As I shared with them in the 2 town halls I had with teachers, we want to make sure that we're listening and hearing, one, not only their concern, but more importantly, even suggestions and recommendations on how to make this work. And I also felt that energy, and that even through a virtual lens, I felt that energy and commitment, and I know that our teachers will make this work for their students. What I heard and what I know about Arlington teachers, they want to be back with their students, and I think that that's something we all have to keep saying over and over again, because unfortunately, there's a narrative out there saying that our teachers don't want to come back in, and this is not wanting to support students, and that's totally false, and it's absolutely not true. And they want to be with their students. They just want to be in a safe space. So thank you for that. And that to me was a positive aspect. But again, it's unfortunate that there's been a narrative out there to try and discount that. And we all need to speak up about that, because that's absolutely wrong and false.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duran and Dr. Cannon. And I want to follow up on that statement, Dr. Duran. I have heard the similar sentiment from our teachers. And in that vein, if teachers, as things move along, feel as if they want to change their choice of teaching either virtually or in the hybrid model, will they have the opportunity to be able to change their choice based on the situation?
Yeah, well, Mr. Redding, you want to talk about that? We've talked some about that process, but I do think we want to be flexible. Particularly, I've heard from a lot of teachers who said to me via email or on the town hall, right now I have already chosen virtual, but if we're pausing and we're taking these into consideration, I actually will be more comfortable now to change that choice to potentially being in person, depending on what they see and what our plan is. And I had a few teachers who said they were very appreciative of us going slow and pausing, and so they might want to do that. So we certainly want to take those in consideration, but there's a process to that because of staffing and planning and all that, so I'll let Mr. Redding talk to the details about it, but I do think it's something we have to pay attention to.
Yeah, thank you. I think we want to watch and see as the survey for all T-scale staff closes on the 20th, and then for all other staff the following Monday, the 27th. We've got to see how we're doing with meeting the student needs. We haven't developed a process yet for changing or a timeline, but I think once we have plans in place, we'll be able to look at what kinds of flexibility we can offer. That hasn't been built in initially, but as this continues to go forward, once we have numbers and data, we should be able to lay something out that could allow for that.
Thank you very much. Again, I think we're hearing that the understanding of what our teachers and our parents want to do is important to being able to move forward as we try to facilitate the best learning environment for our students. The next question and last question I have, Dr. Duran, is about equity. We've heard a lot about equity from some of our citizen comment folks and many of our emails, and I did notice that there was some information in your slide to address equity. Can you speak a little bit more to how equity is going to continue to play a role as we continue to evolve our steps towards the fall?
Sure. As you saw, hopefully in the plan tonight, and I tried to highlight in several places where we're considering that certain students need something different. We can't just expect this virtual learning experience to be a one-size-fits-all. So what are we intentionally putting in place for our students with disabilities, for our English language learners, for our gifted students? And so those slides I highlighted were intentional to show that we are doing some different supports for those students. That's number one. Number two, we have to consider thinking about how all students are experiencing this time. We actually have two pandemics going on in my mind right now. We have the COVID-19 and we have dealing with racism that's going on, and that to me is just as detrimental to many of our students and what they're experiencing. So you saw also in the pre-service week that we're going to have professional learning for equity and cultural responsiveness, and that's going to continue to be a part of our professional learning throughout this. COVID-19 distance learning is going to stop our work and our journey to understand how do we support all students. And I'm really excited about the equity policy coming forth. That'll help us as well in another way. But it's not just having a policy, it's these intentional actions that we're proposing to provide different learning experiences for students that need them based on their need. As Dr. Cannon said, making sure we're doing equity of access and opportunity for families. The parent academies, how can we help families learn, engage with their students in a different way? So those are all things that we've started to think about, and equity will be always a part of this conversation because access is going to be important here, opportunity is going to be important here, and then making sure that we are following up in those Monday opportunities where we're looking at interventions with students that might need additional supports, incorporating all of our instructional supports, our assistants to help with that. So a variety of things that are intentional in our plan moving forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duran. And just some closing thoughts. I want to thank my colleagues for all the very important questions and comments around access, the social emotional needs of our staff and our students as well, how we're moving forward, how we're making decisions. I think the most important thing for us to continue to keep in mind is we're continuing to move along this path. Our task force continues to meet. Our Engage page remains open. Dr. Duran has spoken about being available and potentially doing additional town hall meetings in the future. So the conversation will continue. And I also want to reiterate some of the comments that I heard from Dr. Duran and also some of our my colleagues about all of us trying to work together. This is a very anxious time because the virus really is in charge, and that creates a lot of anxiety and uncertainty, and we as parents and we as staffers, whether you're teachers or other staff, are trying to manage that. And so we're going to be doing the best that we can to continue to communicate, continue to listen. And I would like to reiterate that I found that when Arlington comes together to work through these anxieties, we actually are incredibly supportive of our community, and we find solutions. And I hope that we can take this anxiety and not use it against one another, but that we can use it to support one another in finding ways to move forward in a way that's healthy and supportive for our staff, healthy and supportive for our students and our families who are struggling in this time to try to figure out how to move forward. So I want to thank Dr. Duran for the very extensive presentation tonight. And with that, I'd like to move on to our next items.
Ms. O'Grady, I also want to just thank all of the work groups and the ELT members who have been helping lead this. This is a very, very daunting and a lot of work that we have ahead of us, but they have been spending countless hours focusing on this. I want to thank all of them for their work and appreciate that, and we look forward to providing additional updates.
Thank you very much. With that, we have one action item tonight, the Arlington Career Center Contract Award for Columbia Pike Branch Library renovation. Dr. Duran, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, thank you. Jeff Chambers, our Director of Design and Construction, will be presenting information on this item. Mr. Chambers.
Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to follow up on this item presented at the last meeting on June 25th. Next slide, please. The recommendations remain consistent with those presented with the information item, but we have added some additional information with regard to the Career Center capacity change, the Columbia Pike Library operations, and how we're doing project communications. Next slide, please. Regarding the Career Center capacity change, after the project completion, the capacity of the Career Center will increase by approximately 150 seats. This was approved by the County Board at its June 13th, 2020 meeting. That is a diagram of the upper level floor plan on the right-hand side of the slide. And the reconfiguration will include 6 full-size classrooms, 2 conference small group instruction rooms, and 3 very much needed support offices for the Career Center, as well as a open space that will be also utilized. The project will not reduce reliance on the relocatable classrooms that are currently being installed. Those facilities will be needed to support the expected growth of Arlington Tech for the 2021-22 school year. Next slide, please. Columbia Pike Library operations. We spent a long time, almost a year, working together with the library staff and the county with regard to completing the design for the design and planning for the construction period with our partners at the county, and they seem very genuinely excited about the improvements that will be available to them very shortly, should this be approved. The library is currently closed, and the library staff are in the process of vacating the space in anticipation of the start of construction. The library will remain closed throughout the construction period. However, once the construction is complete in November 2020, APS will turn the space over to library staff who will install the furniture and complete the move-in process. The library will then reopen at the county's discretion after they're done moving all of the equipment back into the space and furniture installation is complete. Next slide, please. We were asked about project communications and how we're keeping the community informed. We are posting updates to the project website, to the community center website. We are also going to, or have been, providing routine updates, distributing to the BLPC, the Building Level Planning Committee, as well as the Public Facilities Review Committee. and the adjacent civic association presidents who were involved in the expansion of the discussions of the project. If anybody is interested, they can contact the APS project manager, Steve Stricker, at the email address, and he will make sure they're included on the list. Next slide, please. As presented at the information session, of the $18.75 million of funding approved in the FY 2019-28 CIP, all but $5 million in bonds have been sold. Of those $13.75 million in bonds sold, approximately $7.6 million remains available to support the project. And the proposed construction for this library conversion is nearly $700,000 below the estimated cost in the project budget that was approved. And the staff is recommending using those savings to increase project contingencies as presented in information. And at project completion, any unspent funds will be available to support future work related to the expansion of the Career Center in Arlington Tech. Noting on the chart below, the first line is the construction package one, or the package one construction is the summer construction currently going on, which the budget does not change with this. That work is ongoing and moving quite well. The proposed construction of the library conversion on line 2, you can see that we had a budget of $3.8 million, and the pricing came in at $3,116,000. We are proposing to increase the construction contingency from $563,000 to $995,454, which is the hard cost of construction, making that $5,003,567. We would also be looking at using the savings from the pricing to increase the owner's soft costs, as we are finding on some of our projects. With COVID-19, there is some testing and things that we end up needing to do that are paid or covered out of soft costs. But as you can see at the bottom line is the total project costs remain the same of $7,500,000. Next slide, please. So the recommendations are remaining the same. That the following recommendations are within the current funding approved by the school board, so no change to funding is necessary. We're recommending to approve the individual change order for the library conversion in the amount of $3,116,366 to Gilbane Building Company, and to establish the revised construction contract sum of $4,008,113 as the basis of which to evaluate future change orders, and to approve the proposed project budget as shown in Exhibit A, and authorize staff to encumber funds as necessary to meet the project schedule. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chambers. We are going to go to clarifying questions before motion, and then we'll speak to the motion after that. So I'd like to go to Mr. Goldstein to see if he has any clarifying questions at this time.
Yeah, I think, I guess this is a clarifying question. So with the library closed, it's taking down the Wi-Fi hotspot that's in that available in that parking lot, and which I believe is a county feature. It's maintained by the county. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I should have said thank you for including the answers to my questions in your presentation here.
You're welcome.
So is it possible to move that Wi-Fi equipment into one of our buildings if the county so requests, a few feet over to the Career Center or Arlington Community High School or something, to maintain that hotspot, which is a community asset?
We are actually looking into that with the county, or the county is looking into that. Essentially, the equipment that operates that is being shut down because that communications closet is going to be relocated as part of the work. But they are going to be looking into the possibility of relocating that. I believe it's going to be disconnected at this point on the 22nd, but they're looking at being able to move the equipment to another location. So the county is looking into that possibility.
Okay, I mean, if they were to ask us, would we be amenable to hosting that equipment for, whatever the temporary period of time is till they can get it back into their closet?
I can't speak for IS and our information services department. But Raj can.
Okay, just, with the library, going down for several months, it would be helpful to maintain that asset for the community.
If I could actually add a quick comment, Mr. Goldstein, we
Yes,
are
sir.
very closely working with the county team, with Mr. Belcher and his team, and we have been in communications on a regular basis to try and talk about more opportunities than what exists, and also kind of making sure that the existing ones are working. So we'll take that conversation and we'll actually make it work into the next possible location.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. Thanks for the consideration. So that's it for my clarifying question. I do have a motion when you're ready for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. I appreciate that. I'd like to go to Ms. Talento for clarifying questions. I'm hoping we can get these all done in one round. Go ahead, Ms. Talento.
I don't have any clarifying questions. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. Ms. Van Dorn, clarifying questions.
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cannon, and no clarifying questions. I, as well, do not have a clarifying question. Then I would like to ask for the motion, Mr. Goldstein.
Yes, I have a motion. I move that the board approve an individual change order for the library conversion in the amount of $3,116,366 to Gilbane Building Company. Also establish the revised construction contract sum of $4,008,113 as the basis of which to evaluate future change orders, and approve the proposed project budget as shown in Exhibit A, and authorize staff to encumber funds as necessary to meet the project schedule.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cannon. Now I'd like to ask if we have anyone who'd like to speak to the motion. Let's start with Ms. Talento this time.
I have no comments. Thank you.
Speaks to the motion.
And then thank you very much. Mr. Goldstein, would you do you have any comments regarding the motion you just made?
No additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Van Dorn?
No, thank you.
And Dr. Cannon?
Someone's got to say something. Pleased to have this project moving forward. This is a program we all care about, and I'm really glad that this is going to be moving forward. Thank you for your work, Mr. Chambers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cannon, and I'd like to echo that sentiment. I do know that this is going to be an important addition to the Career Center, and I appreciate the ability to be able to work with the community to be able to ensure that we will still in the future have library services available for the community along the pike. With that, I believe we'd like to ask the clerk to call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Dr. Cannon?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. Van Dorn?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elliott. Now we have a new item tonight that we will hear for information, and if the board agrees, we will take action on this item. It is the proposed revision for the 2020-2021 school calendar. Dr. Duran.
Thank you. And this evening, I'm going to have Assistant Superintendent Dan Redding and Assistant Superintendent Bridget Loft provide some information on this proposed revision. As I shared earlier in the monitoring report and my announcements, this is to help us move forward with professional development and learning to start our new year off and our new virtual model. So, Mr. Redding and then Ms. Loft, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If we could, yep, we've got the presentation up, great. So we're bringing to you this evening, as you heard from Dr. Duran, proposed revision for the 2020-2021 school calendar, focused specifically on the start date. In the school board's approved calendar that a couple weeks ago was modified to include all schools, including Barcroft. The first day of school for students is listed as Monday, August 31st. All staff return August 24th, but the proposal that we're bringing to you tonight is that all students would begin virtual learning on Tuesday, September 8th. Next slide, please. Our rationale behind this is that opening in a full distance learning model is going to require additional training for our teachers and staff to really dig into how synchronous virtual learning or distance learning is going to work and how to effectively pair it with asynchronous or activities that are done independently. So it's going to be training around combining everyone is online together, working together with some of those working at different times independently work. And Ms. Loft will go into some of that training in just a little bit. So in this proposal, students would not be in school on August 31st, September 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, and September 4th was already a scheduled holiday. So this removes 4 student attendance days from the proposed or from the calendar in this proposal. Next slide, please. That means that we're not going to have the required 180 days of seat time. So there are some proposals or some options that we can use to address seat time to meet state requirements. We could look at things like adding the Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving back in as a student attendance day. Look at removing 4 days on the 2-week winter break, or potentially adding 4 days to the end of the school year. It's important to note that if we utilize the hours that students are present in school, the number of hours required by the state is 990 hours of instruction. The school board's adopted calendar exceeds that at all levels by a pretty significant amount, and that's how we've historically cushioned ourselves for days missed due to inclement weather or other emergencies. So in this proposed revision, we still have a significant amount of time within that cushion. And you can see in that table, the second column has the seat hours from the original calendar for elementary, middle, and high school, along with HB Woodlawn and the Shriver program that have a slightly different calendar. We have the hours that would be in this proposed revision where there are 4 fewer days of student attendance. And then the final column is how many hours do we have at each level that are available to make up missed time due to inclement weather or emergency closings. I do want to point out, and even in today's superintendent's memos from the Virginia Department of Education, they have not released any information at this point regarding potential waivers for school year 2020-2021. The board may recall that we did have to file for a waiver every school division in Virginia because of the closure in the middle of March this past school year. We all had to apply for waivers to this Virginia Department of Ed for the required seat time. Nothing has been announced about that as of yet. I do want to point out that Fairfax County Public Schools, FCPS is how I noted it on the slide, they did change their calendar to start on September 8th, and they have not, in the calendar their board approved, added any additional days to their calendar as a result of that change. I'll turn it over to Ms. Loft to speak about the professional learning.
Go to the next slide, please. So, as Dr. Duran spoke earlier in his monitoring report, the proposal to add another pre-service week starting on the 31st and actually finishing on the 3rd, so the 4th is an error. Really, the purpose is to provide teachers, staffs, parents, our supporting teachers, and administrators a consistent experience across learning experiences. We want to be able to help our teachers be able to use existing tools such as Microsoft Teams and Canvas in a way that will effectively support delivering synchronous instruction. And we want to be able to build skill sets that are related to the best online instructional practices. Could you advance the slide, please? So we're really working to ensure that the professional learning in this week will allow the ability to articulate competencies related to providing synchronous instruction on an online platform. We want our teachers and our assistants to be able to identify their level of competency based as foundational, intermediate, or advanced. And we're going to differentiate these professional learning sessions to meet their readiness and their own self-assessments. This professional learning will focus on best practices related to live instruction using Microsoft Teams. Some of those best practices are creating community online and promoting student engagement in a digital environment. We're also going to be focusing on structuring of Canvas courses, and again, that'll be differentiated. We have some teachers who are real masters at Canvas, and we have teachers who are novice, and that'll be across elementary and secondary. Our elementary teachers also use Seesaw, so we do want to provide opportunities for them to enhance their learning about Seesaw. There will also be opportunities for teachers to use distance learning tools and apps that will help with student engagement, will help streamline instruction. And some of those apps actually will also support the asynchronous components of our schedule as well as students are engaging in self-directed learning. There's also the element of how to work from home. So, troubleshooting when you don't have connection, troubleshooting Teams as well, and being sure that you've got the video audio support to ensure that you've got an uninterrupted instructional experience. I'll pass the baton back to Mr. Renning.
And with that, we'd actually like to open it up for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Redding. I would like to go ahead and start with Ms. Talento. Ms. Talento, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do have some questions. I was curious regarding the days where we're focusing the makeup time on hours. Do we know how they're counting our virtual hours? I know that all schools will be experiencing this because all schools in Virginia are offering a virtual model. And so is there a choice? Can we count days versus hours? Is it specifically hours that the state requires us to meet, or is it a certain amount of days or a certain amount of hours? I don't know that.
The state is requiring 180 days or 990 instructional hours, and there's guidelines as to what counts within that.
Okay, and so by starting September 8th, we lose 4 days. Do we still have 180 instructional days even by losing those 4 days? Because I know we generally build in snow days and so forth in our calendar. We always provide some cushion in days.
No, we would drop to 176 calendar days of attendance at that point. The cushion we've built in is within hours that go above and beyond the 990 required hours.
Okay, so then the question I have then is, because our virtual model is not, the virtual model sample that we saw was, I think, 5.3 hours a day. And so how are they counting? Like, I'm worried that we're not going to meet those hours, and I'm worried that we're, that's my concern. I'm worried that we're not going to meet the hours because we're in a virtual model. I mean, even if we were starting hybrid, we still have students in the virtual model, and the hybrid model was not, I think, going to set up the full day because of all the procedures and start times and so forth that we have to address. So I'm happy to support the delayed start date, but I'm wondering if we actually need to look at bringing in the Wednesday before Thanksgiving or shortening winter break or something to that effect. That's the concern I have. I don't know if we have answers, but I'm concerned about that. If we decide to act on it tonight, if we don't have answers, then I would talk to my colleagues and ask our chair to consider bringing it back for an amendment to once we get those calculations.
We would probably have to work with the Department of Teaching and Learning to look at the calculations and get those ready for you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Mr. Redding. So Dr. Duran and Chair O'Grady, that's the concern I have. I support the moving to September 8th start date as one board member, but I want to make sure that we are addressing that requirement and that we make any changes accordingly. And I recognize that we're doing it info action tonight to provide our parents as much notice as possible and make sure that our DTL, Department of Teaching and Learning, and Human Resources assistant superintendents can start working on training and supporting our teachers. So those are my comments. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Redding. Thank you, Ms. Locke.
The one comment I'll say is that right now, even the hours that are based on, and the calendar originally was based upon guidance that we received, even if schools were in person or not. And so the state will be looking at that, and other jurisdictions and other, divisions, as Dan said, in terms of FCPS, have already taken that into consideration. And so with those additional hours that we do have that you saw in that chart, we do feel confident that we would be okay in the long run. The only exception to that potentially long term would be if we were to return in person much later and had a lot of different snow days that went above and beyond that. That would be the only situation. But we do feel, and I do feel confident that with those hours that we have there, factoring in what the state has given guidance thus far, that we would not be in a situation like that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Duran.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. Ms. Van Dorn?
Thank you. I'm just going to be quick. I would suggest that I support this completely. I'm ready to vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Redding, for your presentation. I would suggest that we request a waiver in the event that we need it and just put our oar in the water on that, just do it. And then I don't say that to you, I say that to Dr. Duran. It just seems reasonable to use it if we were to need it, and why not just write the letter and ask? And then secondly, I remember that there was a change in the regulations at one point about required seat time, and that it really, kids need to show competency as opposed to actual time in the seats. And I know we changed our policy to reflect that. So I'm just noting that, and I'll pull it up and give it to you all later, but I'm sure that Dr. Duran is more than aware of that I think there's some flexibility here, and I'm personally not worried about it, but let's go ahead and officially ask. Thank you. I'm fully supportive of this.
Yes,
I think it's really good to give parents the time and notice. But Dr. Duran, I'm right about that, am I not?
Yeah, and we'll definitely seek a waiver if a waiver is provided. As Mr. Redding said, we've not gotten that guidance yet from BDOE, but I know that when we look across the Commonwealth and all the school divisions that are going into, and we're not the only one now, full virtual model, there are going to have to be some waivers for that. So we absolutely will complete that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Goldstein, questions?
No, I do not have any additional questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. Okay. I think I just do have one question. I noted that some parents were wondering if we had to move from virtual learning to the hybrid model. Some were asking whether or not there should be a little bit of time that would be a break where parents could and schools could kind of get ready to move in the direction of this change. And I just wanted to, on their behalf, ask whether or not that there's room for that within the new proposed schedule that we're talking about.
Well, if that was the case, we would have to bring back to the board a vote on that, and we could look at then some of those other days that Mr. Redding talked about, like the Wednesday before Thanksgiving or the winter break. So we do have other days that are built into our calendar that we could take away to provide that break, and that would be something we need to bring back. There's some hours you saw in that chart. There are a few hours that possibly we could take away. We don't want to take away too many of them. I mean, hopefully we'd get a waiver, to Ms. Van Doren's point, but we don't want to get down to the bare minimum just in case. So I would suggest in that aspect, if we were going to propose something like that, we would need to make sure that we would bring back some of those other holidays that we would take off. And that's something we would have a conversation with, because that would require board action.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Duran. With that, I have no more questions. I'm wondering if there is a motion.
Yes, I have a motion, Chair Grady. This is Nancy Van Doren. I move that the school board adopt the proposed revisions to the 2020-2021 school calendar as presented, utilizing the hours of attendance to meet required seat time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Doren. Is there a second?
Second.
And the clerk will call the roll.
Could we have some discussion before the vote?
Yes, absolutely. I do apologize for that. Ms. Van Doren, would you like to speak to the motion?
I fully support the proposal and urge us to approve it, making any additional adjustments later, and asking the superintendent to have conversations with the state about waivers. So I fully support it. I think we should move ahead and do it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. Would you like to have any other comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, thank you. I am never have been a huge fan of doing info and action all in one night. I think it's important for the community to be aware of those items that are coming up for a vote, hear the information item the way we do, have a period of time in between the info and the action so we can get comments on that. That said, I also understand that sometimes there are exigent circumstances that require us to take action more quickly than normally 2 weeks in between info and action would allow. So, we're in a pretty well-defined crisis here, and I know we need the time to do it. And I agree with the idea of moving the start date to September 8th. I guess my question would be, what would be the ramifications of making this decision, taking this action on July 30th, which is our next meeting, 2 weeks from tonight, instead of now? So if Dr. Duran could speak to that.
Well, just the ramifications, we want to make sure that we get clarity out. We want to have expectations for families. We want to make sure that our staff know that is definite, so we can begin to prepare. I'm one who doesn't like to communicate ifs and mights until the board completely votes on this. So I think the important part is the definity and the clarity that this will happen so that everyone can plan.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Is there anything
Okay,
additional?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Cannonen?
All good. I agree with what's been said.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any additional comments. So with that, I'd like to ask the clerk to call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes, and those opposed say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Dr. Cannonen?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Ms. Van Doren?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elliott. Now we'll move on to our information items. We have 6 information items tonight. The first is the Swanson right-of-way dedication. Dr. Duran, will you introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair O'Grady. So we do have 6 information items. 5 of them will be presented by Assistant Superintendent John Chadwick, and I'll ask him to start with the first one, Swanson right-of-way dedication. Mr. Chadwick.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Good evening, everybody. If we could have the next slide, please. So the county is doing some construction at the intersection of Patrick Henry and Washington Boulevard, which involves taking approximately 161 square feet from APS property, for which they want to have a perpetual easement for sidewalk, utilities, and drainage purposes over, under, upon, and across 161 feet of land at Swanson Middle School. We do have a plat that shows the final easement and construction area, and the county plans to perform the work during summer or fall of 2020, and the easement was, of course, reviewed and approved by legal counsel. Next slide, please. This is very small. I apologize. We are only talking about 161 feet. And then there's a small area you will see on the next slide, which they need for access during construction. Next slide, please. I think we've missed one here. If you could go back, please. Okay. And then this is the temporary easement, which is for repair and construction of curbs, gutters, and sidewalks on 133 square feet of land at Swanson Middle School. Again, the final plat is on the next slide. The work will be performed in the summer and fall of this year, and the easement was reviewed and approved by legal counsel. Next slide, and we can go on to the next one. Thank you. So the recommendation here is to authorize the school board chair to sign the Swanson Middle School right-of-way dedication. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chadwick. I'd like to turn to my board colleagues for comments or questions. I'll start with Ms. Van Dorn.
I'm sorry, I always click the hand. It's getting to be that hour. I have no questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chadwick.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. John, the idea here is that the county wants to put in a sidewalk. Is that right?
Yes, they're doing some work at the intersection.
And there's no sidewalk that exists now?
No, the sidewalk, they're just repairing and replacing gutters. I believe they're putting in some accessible ramps and so on.
And if there is a sidewalk that exists now, they don't have an easement for that sidewalk currently?
Evidently not. I think they're going beyond the sidewalk to do the work too, because they're working, widening it and so on.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. Mr. Chadwick, I had an opportunity to review the draft easement agreement, and I had some questions regarding that. So I noticed that in the easement agreement or in the permanent agreement that they gave us for the Long Branch use, which is the following information item, they asked for a 2-year guarantee on the life of the trees that we are replacing. And in our agreement here, we're only asking for 1 year. So in the, you know that I'm a little bit detail oriented on this stuff. I would love to be fair if they want us to guarantee any damage to trees and a 2-year life expectancy for the work, then I would ask the same for them. I think it's only fair. And for those who may not have had a chance to read in the community, the agreement states that if during construction or during easement, if there's any damage to trees or shrubs, that they'll replace the landscaping as it was and purchase trees and guarantee the life of that tree for a year. And so that is generally standard, but I noted that in the other agreement where they are giving us permission to use their property, they're asking for a 2-year guarantee on the tree. So I just think we should make that parallel, whatever it is, whether it's 1 year or 2 years, as long as it's the same for all of our agreements. So that's one comment I have.
We will work on that.
And then the other thing that I was going to ask about is in the agreement that they're giving us and allowing us to use the Long Branch property. You know, they do ask for advance notice, and I think it would, because that part of Swanson is a place where we have our bus drop-offs. It's a very heavily trafficked area during school hours, that we just ask in the agreement that they provide us any notice before they're going to access the easement or start construction, so that we can, you know, plan with our parents the car drop-off or give them notice that this walkway will be unavailable. Just that, you know, I thought that their requests and their agreement to us were fair, and it'd be great for us to put it in this easement agreement. And I believe it's a perpetual easement agreement that we're giving them, right? So it's like forever. So just to have that courtesy of having the advance notice, since it is a very heavily trafficked area for our students, both before and after school, and for our parents and buses. I think those are the two notes that I had on the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. Dr. Cannon? Okay. Then I do not have any comments, except I do appreciate the comments that have been brought forward. There are a few different items and expectations between the Swanson one and some of the other ones. So I appreciate Ms. Talento mentioning that. If there are no additional comments, then thank you. This item will come back for action at our next meeting on July the 30th. Now we're going to hear the Long Branch APS Department of Parks and Recreation Playground Easement Lease Agreement. Dr. Duran.
Yes, and Mr. Chadwick has that one as well. He's got 5 tonight, so.
Thank you. So if we could have the next slide, please. So this agreement allows Arlington Public Schools on a temporary basis to construct, install, use, and maintain relocatable classrooms on a portion of Arlington County property at Fillmore Park. That's what the original agreement allowed us to do, because of course the relocatable classrooms are in place. The term of the agreement is effective for 3 years, and it was reviewed and approved by legal counsel. Next slide, please. You can see from this slide that APS does not own very much property here. We own the area that is outlined in pink or purple, and the county owns the area that is outlined in green. The white box on the left is the relocatables that are in place, and they're repeated again on the right there. Next slide, please. So the recommendation is to authorize the school board chair to sign the Long Branch Second Amendment to the license agreement for relocatable classrooms at Long Branch Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chadwick. If I don't have any concern from my colleagues, I'd like for you to go ahead and also present the next related item so that we can have questions through one round.
Very good. Could we bring up the presentation, please?
I believe it's a Long Branch, a second Long Branch presentation, item G3. It's. Let's see if that's the correct one.
Mr. Chadwick, I don't know if your mute is on, but go ahead, please.
No, this is the one I just gave. This is the license agreement. It may be that we got out of order. I think that possibly the playground was first. What about G2, please? I think we missed G2.
Yes, it would be G2.
There we go.
There we are. Okay, let's proceed now. Thank you.
So we've done them out of order. It's good that we did them together. So this agreement, license agreement, would allow Arlington Public Schools to install, construct, maintain, repair, and/or remove playground equipment and associated facilities and utility equipment on a portion of the Arlington County property at Fillmore Park, which was the green outline property on the slide I showed you just now. So all proposed equipment will be approved by the director of the Arlington County Department of Parks and Recreation and will meet current playground safety standards and guidelines. The term of the agreement is for 25 years, and the agreement can be extended for 2 additional renewal terms of 5 years each. Again, this was approved by APS Legal Counsel. And let me give you a little background here. If we could go to the next slide. Here is another drawing of that site, and the yellow area is the area of the license agreement. There are 2 playground areas on that, and they were both owned, and the equipment was installed some years ago by the county. It doesn't really meet APS standards, and the county is not ready to replace it for some time. We decided that we wanted to put it in the control of APS, and so hence this license agreement. We will not be able to replace the playground equipment until next summer. It will go into the project will go into the regular round of MCMM projects that will be prioritized for next year. And assuming that there are adequate funds in the budget, it would be highly rated. So we would expect, or highly ranked, I should say. So we would expect it to be us in a position to do it next summer. We have been working lately at the Fleet site and at the Reed site with a group of parents and representatives of SEPTA, the Special Education PTA, and ASAC on the design of those playgrounds. And so we actually have been working on them and looking at what equipment does meet the students' needs of students with special needs. We have looked at that both for Fleet, where you've approved adding some equipment that would be universally accessible, and at Reed, where we're trying to design the entire playground with equipment that would be accessible to all. The estimated cost of this is around $400,000. We're finding that as we have more sophisticated equipment that meets the needs of more students, we do need to pay a little bit more than we've been paying in the past. The surface of the playground will be mostly mulch, but we will likely have some areas of rubber surface that go to some of the pieces of equipment, lead to the pieces of equipment and underneath the equipment, which are much more easy for wheelchairs, strollers, and wheeled devices to be pushed over. That was something that we're going to be doing at Discovery and something that we're expecting to do at Reed as well. If you could have the next slide, please. So the recommendation here is that we authorize the school board chair to sign the Long Branch APS DPR Playground Easement License Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chadwick. With that, I'd like to go to my colleagues for questions. I'd like to start with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, questions, comments?
Thank you. Yeah, just one. So, John, you said that going to more sophisticated playground equipment, of course, is going to cost more than the usual or the average or the past or something like that, which is good because I think we need more sophisticated, more accessible playground equipment. But, and you said this is, what did you say, roughly $400,000?
That's the estimate we have at the moment. We'll see what it is when we get to it next year.
And just a ballpark figure, what have past playgrounds cost that have been this level of, complexity?
Let me get back to you with a comparison so you can see how much more we're spending.
Okay, I'm just just looking for a ballpark figure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Talento?
Thank you, Chair Grady. I do have a couple of questions. Mr. Chadwick, you may have answered this. I think you did answer some of it, so I apologize because I think I am asking again. You re-asked it, but I didn't grasp the answer. You said something about doing this next summer. Is that correct?
That's what we hope to do, yes.
Okay. And so then it would come into next year's MCMM budget?
Correct.
So it's not in our budget this year?
Correct.
Okay. And so Mr. Goldstein was asking the comparison of cost to the playground. I missed that piece. Could you just go over that?
Yes, Mr. Goldstein was asking us what the difference would be between what we're estimating the cost of this playground would be and what previous playgrounds of a similar type of cost, given that we are looking at slightly more sophisticated equipment and surfaces on the playground.
Okay, thank you.
I did omit to say one thing, that of course we will meet with the principal and members of the PTA and probably representatives again of SEPTA and ASAC to look at the equipment that we're proposing and make sure that they are in agreement with what we're doing, or we can make slight adjustments as we have in the other locations.
Excellent. Okay, so then the only comment I have, and this goes to my comment, I was reviewing the agreement, and on page 6, clause 17, it talks about appropriation of funds, and there is something that states if such funds are not appropriated, and this is the part that I think we need to update, or if installation and construction of the playground equipment is not substantially completed for any reason within 3 months of the license commencement date, the licensor may terminate this license. So I think I can't tell if that's qualified against something else, but it didn't strike me as such. And if we're not going to build it for a year, we need to adjust that clause. So
Thank you for pointing that out. We will make sure that is addressed.
Okay, great. And then the only other thing I was going to say in comparison to the other agreement is if you look at the plat, the relocatable is on the blacktop, and then it looks like a little bit is on a little bit of the what I would call dirt or playground part.
It
but
is.
In the playground, in this I don't know what it's called, the agreement. Is it an easement or a lease?
License agreement.
The license agreement, thank you. It does not cover that little patch. And so this license agreement is for, I think, 25 years. And so I'm curious if they'd consider giving us that patch so that in the future, if we remove the relocatables, there's not this patch that's adjacent to the playground that all of a sudden won't be maintained, or we're arguing about who's maintaining it because we have license for the rest of the playground and we don't have license for the blacktop, but there's this little piece of dirt that maybe should be mulched and maybe shouldn't. So I know that we've had challenges in the past when we've been trying to manage that. And I just thought we may not always have a relocatable there. So to the extent that we can make sure we're not running into any issues later. I don't know if it's worth it. I would defer to you and your staff's expertise on managing that, but it's just something that I noted that if we don't have a relocatable there, there's this patch of unpaved property that is adjacent to the license that we're asking for.
I think that APS would go back in and make that look appropriate as it should be at the time, and we don't need to make it that refined. We do collaborate very well with Parks. Excellent. And I don't think that's an issue.
So those are my only comments. Thank you, Mr. Chadwick.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. Ms. Van Dorn, I believe.
Thank you. I had had a conversation earlier today with Mr. Chadwick, and he included all of the answers to my questions in his comments, so I don't have any more questions on this particular project. I'm very glad it's happening. That playground is in disrepair, and I'm sure they'll hobble through for the next year, but it definitely needs attention. The only thing I will say to Ms. O'Grady and Dr. Cannon, and she's going to know what I'm talking about here, this is the smallest site for a school that we have in Arlington. The only piece of property behind that school that we own is the blacktop. Half of that blacktop is now taken up with the relocatable, which is the first presentation you had. Dr. Duran, I say this to you as well, and Mr. Chadwick, you can brief everybody on this. there is a process that the county and the schools have been going through to rationalize our properties so that people own the parts that are logically things that they should own. And we've gone through that at multiple sites like Taylor. I have contended for my entire time on the board that it makes absolutely no sense that the county maintains this property. When my children were in school there, every time there was a problem with this playground, which is a county playground, the principal and the PTA had to go to the county to ask them to do something about the playground, which required the county to provide the mulch and the county to do any repairs. So I'm thrilled to see that we are going to now be taking care of that. But the fact is that we are going to buy the playground equipment. We are going to maintain the playground equipment for 25 years. We are going to be putting that mulch in. So to the points that Ms. Talento is making, saying, basically, we're going to be responsible for that for the next 25 years. And I love that. But I actually think we should just have that piece of property, perhaps up to the playing field if they don't want to give us the whole thing. If any of you have a chance to go there, it is a tiny, tiny piece of property. And it just makes absolutely no sense that we're in this situation again and again and again. It's been going on for years, and it drives my entire neighborhood crazy. So Ms. O'Grady and Dr. Camden, she sat through my monthly request to address this when I was chair. It would be great if they could rationalize this at some point. This is a very complicated way to have us maintain a site that we should have been maintaining all along. So thank you, Mr. Chadwick, for getting this far. Maybe the next step can be we actually control that piece of property, which would just make sense. So thank you. And I wanted to give everybody that history because it's something that makes my neighborhood crazy.
We did try that, but we weren't
I know.
successful at this time.
Well, have at it, please. Thank you. It's great, everything.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. And now I'd like to turn to Dr. Cannon.
Yes, thank you. And I actually have questions about both the playground piece and the relocatable piece. And so on the playground, and I'm going to ask questions that are kind of getting at the same thing that Ms. Van Dorn was just talking about. Thank you for sharing that aerial view. It really does illustrate how very small that site is and how it's really just the school building. The rest is county parkland. We got a letter of support from the Long Branch PTA to pursue this. And in that letter, they mentioned that the playground that's there now was built in 1996. And I know this has been an issue for a while, that it needs an upgrade. You can look at the aerial view you provided us, and I always comment on this on our school sites. The field or the grass or whatever else, the rest of that park, however it's defined, is in terrible condition as well. And I never like to see that. I don't like to see it on our sites. And again, I know this is a county site. But, I am curious, separate from this proposal, is it really possible that this playground was not due on the county side for a renovation, for an upgrade? Because I thought they were pretty good at cycling around their parks and doing these park renovations. I mean, I'm kind of shocked at how old this one is. It really was not up for them to do it? Mr. Chadwick?
As far as, yes, I forget exactly when they said they were going to be replacing it, but it was some years ahead before they were prepared to do it.
Okay, and I guess I would go ahead and ask, again, it's not our park, but, if we're doing the playground, I wish we could do the field too. I know we don't have money sitting around to just take on additional projects, and certainly not something that's not our land, but that field is not in good condition. Maybe, Ms. O'Grady, this is something we can share with the county board.
Thank you. I will.
Ms. O'Grady,
I-
I have to step in for a
Yes.
minute, and just because this is my neighborhood and I know it very well.
Okay.
It may look from afar that it's not well maintained, but that baseball field, which fully 2/3 of that lot is the baseball field, the grass is in fine shape. That's to the north of the actual playscape, but the entire baseball field has a community sort of foundation that goes with it that's based on a child who had passed away at the school. And it is very well maintained, and it is a dirt baseball field by choice. And I just give you that because there's history there to that.
Thank you for that insight, and thank you, Dr. Cannon.
And thank you. My other question then was about the relocatables, and the license agreement you're talking about, is it simply extending the time that the current relocatables, I think it's 4 classrooms. It's 1 unit with 4 classrooms. Are we keeping the same unit there? Are there any changes to that? And I'm also curious because we just did a boundary change, and I thought we put Long Branch in a situation where it was not over capacity, let's say. I think it's right around its capacity. So why, what are the changes that are being put in place, and why do we still have relocatables there?
To answer the first part of your question, we are not moving the relocatables, and they are remaining in place. I don't have the numbers in terms of capacity and enrollment planned for Long Branch, and I would lean on Ms. Stengel to elaborate on whether that school is going to be affected by the upcoming boundary changes.
Lisa, can you respond to that, please? Well, we can get that information too, because Ms. Stengel's not responding. We'll get that to you.
Yeah, could we we need to vote. We're going to vote on this in 2 weeks, so if we could get a follow-up response, that would be
we'll get in a follow-up.
Okay, and specifically want to know why we need why we continue to need relocatables at this site.
We'll make sure and get that in a follow-up for you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cannon. And I just want to say that I did see the letter from the Long Branch PTA. This step forward for looking at the playground is necessary. I appreciate the work, Mr. Chadwick, to move this forward, and the collaboration with the county to do so. We want to make sure that the playground equipment that our students depend on is in good shape, and since we use it quite frequently, I appreciate us taking on that responsibility. I have no other comments, and I think that these 2 items will come back for action at our next meeting. I believe we're ready to move on to the next information item, and they're both on the Career Center, and so perhaps those 2 can be presented together. Dr. Duran?
Yes, Mr. Chadwick, if you can present G4 and G5 together on the Career Center Columbia Pike lease agreement, and then the memorandum of understanding. If you can do those back to back, and then we will open for questions, Ms. O'Grady.
Certainly. So the first item is about the Columbia Pike Library lease. And this agreement allows Arlington County to continue to use a portion of the ground floor of the Arlington Career Center building, along with shared spaces of the second floor for library services and community programs. The term of the agreement is for 5 years. The term shall automatically renew for additional 5-year periods, but not to exceed 75 years. And the agreement was reviewed and approved by legal counsel. Next slide, please. So the area in question is in blue. I know everybody is familiar with it. And let me just give you a little bit of background here too. and we were able to locate the original Memorandum of Understanding from 1974 when the building was originally built. And under that agreement, although APS owns the building, the county gets to say when the library would be removed. So in other words, it's not us can say, APS can ask for it to be removed, but the county can, and then of course we get to use the space. So this lease agreement is put in place. It does clarify some issues around payment for utilities or responsibility for utilities and responsibility for custodial services. And it could clearly, the county board and the school board would have to agree at any point if the library were to be going to another location and removed, and a location would have to be found before it was removed. That would be the county's work, obviously. So although it's a 5-year agreement, we could, if there was an agreement between the two boards that the library would move, then it would be very straightforward to do an amendment to the lease that would allow it to be terminated. Next slide, please. The areas are similar to the same areas that Mr. Chambers described earlier when you awarded the contract to Gilbane Building Company. So this is the ground floor plan. The orange area is the area of the library, and you can see that the library gets to use the restrooms on that floor. The purple is a shared area that is used by the library during the day and by the school at other times. And we have arranged the vestibules here so that the elevator is accessible to the school during the day without going into the library, and it is available to the library in the evening and at weekends without going into the school, which is not the case now. And next slide, please. And this is a slide of the second floor, which shows those 6 learning spaces and common space, and then a few offices. So the yellow is the career center, the green is the shared space, little orange in the corner is the new data closet for the library, and then the purple is area that's used by the library at night. Next slide, please, and at weekends. So a recommendation here is to authorize the school board chair to sign the Career Center Columbia Pike lease agreement. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Chadwick, you can do G5, the
Okay.
memorandum of understanding. Thank you.
Be happy to carry on. So along with that, next slide goes the memorandum of understanding around the construction that we're doing on behalf of the library on the ground floor. So this is a memorandum of understanding between Arlington County and Arlington Public Schools regarding the construction of the Columbia Pike Branch Library and Career Center. The MOU will serve to supplement the Career Center Columbia Pike lease agreement. And I should say this is pretty much the same arrangement that we have up at the Reed site, where there was a memorandum of understanding for the construction, and there's a memorandum of understanding for the current construction, and then there is a lease of the space by the library of space owned by APS. Prior to construction, APS and its construction team will have access to the library space for the purposes of non-destructive survey and construction planning. The library will be closed during the construction term. As you know, the libraries are closed anyway at the moment because of the pandemic. And the county will vacate and remove its personal property from the second floor of the library prior to the commencement of construction. And I saw some pictures today. They have pretty much completed that. The MOU was reviewed and approved by APS Legal Counsel. Next slide, please. Again, it's the blue area in the corner. Next slide. And the recommendation is that you authorize the school board chair to sign the Career Center Columbia Pike Library Memorandum of Understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chadwick. I'd like to go to my colleagues for questions, comments. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair Brady. I do have a question. When do we expect to start construction?
Almost immediately.
Okay, so in the MOU, it says that we're going to give the county 30-day notice before we start construction. And I don't know if we can meet that, if we're ready to start immediately. So I just.
They are aware, and we've been coordinating all along with them on
Great.
removing their items.
So we have.
The books are out.
Okay, good. So we met that clause and we're good. So that's just a formality, and then it holds for any future construction piece.
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay. As Mr. Chambers said earlier, the library staff are very excited about the new library that they're going to get.
Okay. And then I appreciated you stating that, if they find a new place to move and so forth, that we could amend the lease and so forth. But I was curious, would it be, and I don't know where my board members are on this either, but would it be worth considering an initial 3-year lease, since at that point we would have 2 CIPs under our belt and we would have a better idea of what's happening with the property and could work through that and then go to that 5-year lease renewal. I don't know how much it matters, but I think my concern is always when you have an agreement, having the agreement last past the people who are making the agreement. So right now, everyone is amenable and cooperative and working together. But in 3 years, when we may need something, we might have other county board members sitting on there. God forbid, we could have a new county manager. I mean, things change so much. And so that's why I'm always thoughtful about the times and things in the agreements that we sign. And I'm just curious if it's worth considering, because I think 3 years, it wouldn't put us too far back if we needed to do something differently or if whatever comes forth. I don't anticipate that because we worked so well, but for the sake of making sure that we have that collaboration. So that's really, Mr. Chadwick, that's probably feedback more from my colleagues and for your consideration, because I think that would have to be a board decision. But those are the only 2 things that I noted on this. Otherwise, I'm very excited about the project. I'm so grateful that we have an updated lease that is thorough and detailed compared to the lease that we signed in 1974, 75, I believe. And so I'm grateful that we're there. And I know there is one other comment in my notes. The other thing, if we didn't want to do the 3-year lease, is to maybe have a clause that says something like, if we find ourselves with dire capacity needs, we will work with the county to provide them a 2-year notice or something. I don't know. Just throwing it out there because it was stressful in the original discussions about seeing if we could access the 2nd floor. And I also recognize that they provide a community service, and it's a very valuable community service as a library. But those are just the things that I was thinking about putting something in writing so we can move forward, better collaborations.
So if I may, we felt that there had not been a lease for 45 years, and we've been operating under there not being a lease, and there hasn't been huge issues. And that 5 years didn't seem a very long stretch after 45 years for the library having been in place.
Right.
But at the same time, there's a tremendous amount of sensitivity in the community about this library. It's much loved. It is the most used library, I believe, in their whole system, in terms of number of people and the size of the library. And so we didn't want to start to reduce the term, make it shorter so that people might get the message that maybe we were thinking of something and something would happen. And at the same time, we are putting a fair investment into the library, even though we will be able to reuse much of that, I'm sure, if it was an APS space. There is a fair amount of investment going into the library, and was 3-year period appropriate given that investment? 5 years would be more like a commercial real estate lease.
Understand. Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. Thank you, Mr. Grady. That is all I have on this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. Ms. Van Dorn.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I just want to remind everybody that it was the citizens themselves who came to us with the suggestion that we use the 2nd floor of this library. And it was the citizens who put into the Career Center Working Group proposal that that space should eventually revert back to the school system and that the library should find a different location. So I'm just bringing that forward because while there is a great deal of sensitivity and it's a well-loved library, there is an understanding in the community that is something that may be in flux. So I'm putting that on the table for us all to deal with and remember that it was the community that brought the idea of using this space to us and to the county. And it was one of the recommendations in the Career Center Working Group. And so with that said, I'm very concerned about this and concerned that it constrains us at a time when we're having to completely rethink what we're doing there in terms of the 800 seats and having enough space to serve the students there. We have many of our kids in an expanse of relocatables, and I am concerned about diminishing our flexibility with an agreement that's 5 years out. So I'm just expressing my concern. I don't know what I'm going to do about that, but I'm uncomfortable with this because I thought we were moving towards the county discussing finding ultimately at some point in the future a new place for the library so that we could consolidate that facility as a education facility. But maybe those talks have gone a different direction. I don't know, but I think we have a lot of decisions to make in the next year about that Career Center. So I'm concerned about this. There's no question. I'm just expressing my concern.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. Mr. Goldstein, comments, questions?
No, I don't have any additional questions. Thank you. Not at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon.
I was planning to raise the same issues that Ms. Talento and Ms. Van Dorn raised. In the interest of time, I won't repeat them, but yeah, the commitment, that particular time horizon struck me as kind of limiting our flexibility as we think about the project on the site. I do recognize, Mr. Chadwick, you did say that if, our intention of working with the county board is to be collaborative, and our mutual understanding has been that, as Ms. Van Dorn pointed out, there is community interest in ultimately moving the library somewhere else, but they don't have that plan in place yet. We do intend to collaborate on that issue, and I hear what you're saying, that we can always mutually decide then to amend this agreement at that point. But I share the concern that this is a site that we're actively working on, and have an interest in that specific place. So I'm interested in what Ms. Van Dorn and Ms. Talento are. Maybe we can have some conversations.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon, and I do appreciate the conversation. From both sides, I do understand and know how important that library is to the community along Columbia Pike, and I do also appreciate that members of that community came forward and said, we should potentially look at using part of this library to solve our capacity and seat needs. So I think I heard from several members that there's a question about the length of the lease agreement, as well as, at least from one member, the possibility of a clause that says that if the space were needed, that we might want to give some sort of indication of there being maybe a indication that we might need that space. This is at this point an an info item, so maybe the conversation can continue before this comes back for action to figure out how we might want to move forward on this piece. And with that, I think if there are no other requests for comments, I'd like to move on to the next item.
Chair O'Grady, I do have one last question on this item.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Talento, please.
Yes, Mr. Chadwick, could you clarify the MOU the MOU and the lease are two different things.
Correct.
And I know that the MOU is referenced in the lease.
Yes.
But the discussion we're having tonight is specifically around the term of the lease. So would we be able to go and sign the MOU without the lease, or do they need to coincide?
I will have to seek legal advice on that and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. That was all, just for understanding what we would bring forth and what we need to work on. Thanks so much. Thank you, Chair Grady.
Thank you, Ms. Talento, for that, that information and the clarification there. I appreciate that. With that, this item's going to come back for action at an upcoming meeting. Both of those items will. So let's move to our last information item, which is the 2020-2021 Primary Montessori and Community Peer Program tuition fee reduction. Dr. Duran.
Yes, thank you, Chair O'Grady. So this evening we'll have Assistant Superintendent Bridget Loft and Wendy Pilch, our Director of Elementary and Early Childhood, present some information on this information item. Ms. Loft? Ms. Loft, are you
Let's
there?
try that again. I was muted.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to invite Wendy Pilch to share this information with you, and I'll join her for your questions.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Duran. Tonight, I'd like to provide you with a brief presentation that I bring you based on feedback we've received from families of our primary Montessori and community peer preschool program around tuition, and to provide you with some possible options if you decide to consider taking action on some of these potential reductions. What we're hearing from families, and I want to let you know that the offers for primary Montessori and our community peer program went out to families between mid-May and the end of June. Families were notified if their child had a spot in each of these preschool programs. These are for 3 and 4-year-olds. Beginning right around mid-May, when the offers went out, we started to receive phone calls from families, as we had already started the pandemic and families were trying to figure out if school was going to be back in a hybrid model or a distance learning model. Would these programs be discounted? Would there be some fee reduction? I believe all the board members have a copy of what the adopted fees were for this year that you had voted on. And so families were looking to see, as they're trying to balance arranging for childcare on the days that their students would not physically be in school. And so we started to have some concerns that we might lose pre-K students to other childcare programs. And so Bridget Loft and Leslie Peterson and I met to come up with some potential ideas to share with you as you decide how you'd like to proceed. If you don't mind switching the slide, please. So the option that we bring you, of course, this is all up to you, and you have some options to change this, would be to have families pay during the hybrid model 60% of tuition, and in a distance learning model for them to pay 40% of tuition. The tuition is billed monthly, and so we could change back and forth as students move into the hybrid model out of distance learning. Next slide, please. The impact of this, there is a significant impact if we did reduce our fees, approximately $482,000, and that's really dependent on where the families fall along the sliding fee scale. And one way that we could lessen that financial impact is by adding one student into each of the classes. As we know, we will be in the hybrid model still only serving 50%. We could add additional students, as we do have large waiting lists, that would still have a financial impact, but it would reduce it from around what we estimate from around $482,000, it would reduce it to around $415,000. So we wanted you to consider this as you look towards the concerns that we've heard from families. And just to give you some data of the numbers of calls and emails we've received and why we're bringing this to you, our office alone has received 46 emails since mid-May asking if there would be a fee reduction. The Welcome Center and Early Childhood Office have also received 30 phone calls with voicemails, and we've spoken with some families. So we feel that the community is looking for some answers, and we wanted to bring it to you. Next slide, please. I believe we're at the point for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pilch. I'd like to go to my colleagues for questions. I'd like to start with Ms. Van Doorn.
Oh, I wish you weren't starting with me because I'm going to be a wet blanket. This comes down to money for me and priorities. And right now, we are in the red. The financial picture for the county is not what we'd like it to be. We have expenses related to the pandemic. We just had a discussion about keyboards, essential keyboards for middle schoolers, and the possibility that we may have to determine whether or not we can afford them for the 7th and 8th graders. I think those are critical. The fact of the matter is that preschool is not in our state mandate. It is a great thing to do, a very important thing to do, but it's not in our mandate. And I just cannot envision absorbing that $400,000 expense at this point. And I don't have a solution other than to say we're in extraordinary times. And I don't have any questions because you very thoroughly explained it. It's just not one of those great situations to be in during the pandemic. But I just want to be clear that it's not an expense that I can support. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doorn. Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a couple of questions. Wendy, can you go back to your first, I think it's the first slide.
Sure, I don't control the slides, but if Dwayne can help me.
Dwayne, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
that's it, the summary slide, thank you.
Yeah.
So the second bullet, help me understand this. This is something we want to avoid.
Right. So if we have families calling to say that they are looking at other preschool options that are open for in-person for their students. And so they have a choice. For a lot of these families, there is a choice to leave the APS program and move into a private preschool option, which would be a loss of more revenue for us from their tuition if we don't fill the spots.
And what are the, I mean, we must have a waiting list. What are the chances of filling the spot?
We do have a large waiting list, but the majority of our waiting list, we do it in primary Montessori and also in our community peer program. We do, we try to balance. So 2/3 of the spots in our primary Montessori are given to students who would qualify for our VPI. So if I did look at the wait list today, and we have a wait list of several hundred families right now who would qualify for no fee for the primary Montessori, and we have 27 on the wait list for our CPP. So I would love, of course, to see those families have an option for preschool. It would not help us financially, though. So,
but they, the ones that would qualify for no fee wouldn't impact this, us being in the red here, right?
Well, we would fill the spots with students, but we would not be collecting more tuition. So the slide is, so students, 3-year-old students can pay based on income as little as $90 a month and as much as $1,600 a month. And if a 4-year-old student qualifies as under, if the family makes under a certain amount, which you have that fee schedule, they are free. So, and they can pay up to $1,600. So if we, with the number of families on the wait list, the majority would be our lowest paying or free. So it would not make up the delta that we have in terms of the fee loss.
Okay. Okay, and this proposal would really only be impacting families of 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I guess my last question is for Leslie, if she's still on, which would be, where would we get the money for this if we were to do it?
That's a very good question. I do not have an answer for that at this point. I'm making a list of all of the areas in which we are losing revenue and all of the areas in which we have additional expenditures, and we'll bring that back to the board at some point when I have more definitive numbers, and we will have to figure out what to do at that point, but I don't have an answer right now.
Then sorry, thank you. And sorry, I forgot to ask, what's the proposed start date for this?
The students would start on the 8th, along with all of the other elementary students. So we don't begin collecting tuition until they start in September.
Oh, this is.
But like I said, we could move since it's month to month payments. We could move from the, whatever percentage of a discount, if any, you decide. We could change it month to month depending on the model we're in.
Yeah, this is for now. This is for the current approved budget year.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Van Dorn, I do see your hands up. Can I circle back around on a second round for you? I'd like to continue to go in order if that's possible. Then I would go to Ms.
Yes, of course. Yes. I just wanted to make sure you knew I had another question.
Thank you very much. Ms. Talento, question?
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I do have some questions. Thank you for sharing the wait list, and Mr. Wilson, thank you for asking that, because that was one of my questions. But first, before I ask, I did want to say I do have concerns about this as well, because we are we're a non-for-profit organization. We have teachers we have to pay, and I guess that my question goes to, will our teachers be providing virtual instruction for our pre-K, for the Montessori program and the CPP program?
Yes, both. All of our preschool programs will provide, we have ordered devices for every student, and so there will be instruction provided daily, some synchronous, some asynchronous, and we're looking at developmentally what's appropriate. In the schedule we put out, it's around 5 hours and 20 minutes, but can be synchronous and asynchronous. We know that our preschool kids are not going to sit in front of a screen the whole time for 5 hours and 20 minutes. We don't want that, and nor do they. So we will have lots of movement breaks, but we intend to have toolkits for those kids so that they have manipulatives to use at home, and the teachers will really appreciate the training that we're getting for the additional time so that they can feel prepared to provide distance learning for the first time for many of these teachers.
Okay, so, I don't know if this is obvious, but I just want to make sure it's clear. So our 3-year-old students in the Montessori program will be getting a laptop. An iPad.
Correct.
Device. Okay, so the concern I have is we know that in the last budget update that we received, we are operating at a deficit for last fiscal year. And this year we're trying to determine the ever-changing financial situation based on what is not coming in, our needs. And I do have concerns about this. I know that other pre-K programs in the county have waiting lists, and that they have provided, I don't know all, but I know at least one has provided a discount, but it's an 80% discount to hold the space. I just am very worried about us doing this and then creating a bigger deficit. And the problem is that we don't know to what end that is. So we may start virtual if fall, our goal would be to have everyone in a hybrid model by second quarter. But if, things go really well in the pandemic, we may be back full time by, February or March. And so then what do we do? And now we're operating a deficit and we're still paying these teachers. I think I would feel comfortable, and I recognize that not every family has a situation that they can afford this, but we're a public school system and our goal has to be in priorities K through 12 with a focus on pre-K, but we have waiting lists. And I just wonder if you came back and said, you know what, we exhausted our waiting list. We're not filling our spots. We would like to see what we can do and then go back down to, be creative that way. That's my initial thought on this. I don't know if I can, without understanding the full scope of our budget and the recognition and knowing that we are going to be providing virtual instruction, that we're going to need our staff in these classes, and specifically for Montessori, because in those primary years, they're teaching 3, 4, and 5-year-olds, which we are required to teach and have a program for. And we're required to have a VPI program, which some of our 4-year-olds fall into in that Montessori program, is my understanding, like in that box of slots. So I'm struggling with that, but so I don't know if it's something that I can support at this time. And I just need to acknowledge that I know our families are asking for it, and that they're asking for it because it's a need. That these are not easy decisions or easy situations for any of our families. So I don't want to not acknowledge that to the parents who are asking for this, but I have to look at also the operation of our system and the recognition that we have so many priorities we're trying to meet. And I don't know if we can support this when we're already operating in a potential deficit. So that's where I am. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady, and thank you, Ms. Pilch and Ms. Law, for being available to answer questions and for the presentation and all the information.
Sure. Can I just clarify one piece? So in the primary Montessori, we have 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and our 5-year-olds would be our kindergartners. So obviously they don't pay tuition because they would be in kindergarten. Our 4-year-olds who would qualify for VPI do not pay, but they stay in the primary Montessori class. So it isn't funded through VPI, but because they would have qualified for VPI, we want to keep them for the 3-year cycle. We keep them together. Just one other clarification, our community peer program, we have 11 classes right now, and those traditionally had been preschool special ed classes. So the same staffing was used, the assistant and the teacher, for what we had somewhere between 6 and 8 special education students. Now what we've done is add general education students to it that are tuition paying, which brings in some tuition, but also creates more of an inclusive environment for our preschool special education students. So that staffing for the CPP class would be the same whether we have tuition paying peers or not. The primary Montessori, obviously the kindergartners don't pay tuition, but the others do if they qualify.
Do we get funding for the CPP program because of the students that we're serving? Does that come from some of our title money to serve our?
We have special education. We have a grant for special education preschool. I don't believe it covers all of it. Ms. Peterson could give me the details. We could get back to you on that, but it does cover a large portion of the staffing.
And then we'll be providing virtual instruction for the CPP cohort as well.
Correct.
And manipulatives and devices.
Yes.
That's the expectation. Okay, thank you so much. It's very helpful. That information is really helpful as we move forward in determining on this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Dr. Cannon?
I think a lot of the questions I had have been asked. I'm also skeptical and concerned about, making this change. But Ms. Pilch, could you just share, do you know offhand approximately how many preschoolers, how many students, you can count kindergarten, are in our Montessori programs?
A full count, I'd have to get back to you, but Montessori
Ballpark.
Public, we have, close to 500 plus our additional primary Montessori classes. We have 18. We have them in 6 other schools, somewhere between 21 to 23 kids in each of those classes.
So you got a lot of emails, you got a lot of calls, but actually a lot of families have not emailed or called then.
Correct.
And do you have any, and people have already asked, but just to confirm, it doesn't sound like if it really came down to it and you called through your wait list, it does not sound like you wouldn't be able to fill these classes. Although in some cases we wouldn't get the same revenues because of.
Right, we'll fill them. I have no question that we'll fill them. And I just wanted to bring it to you all because we had gotten so many calls and emails, and we wanted to just get clarification for families as they're trying to still make plans. And many of the families don't want to commit to the spot, which is a difficult situation for us because then we want to go to the next on the wait list so that we can give another child an opportunity for preschool.
Yeah.
Wendy, just to clarify too, that you had indicated that many of the folks that are on the wait list would not be sort of supplementing the revenue that would be lost. Is that correct? Can you just re-explain that really quickly?
Yeah, that's correct. So as I had said before, we have a sliding scale for 3-year-olds of $90 to $1,600, and 4-year-olds could pay nothing up to $1,600 a month. That's per month. And when we look at our wait list, it's mostly students who would either qualify for free or the 3-year-olds at the $90 amount because we do our lottery in the 2/3, 1/3. And so the majority of the 1/3 students, those are our students who are over our $97,000 mark per income. Those families, we tend to go through that wait list pretty quickly at the beginning, and they take spots at other preschools. So to answer your question, I do think we will fill the spots, and I think we will fill them with, kids who it will warm my heart to make sure these kids are in preschool, but we will not have the revenue that we've had in the past.
Thank you very much. I do have a question, and then Ms. Van Dorn, I'll come back so you have the opportunity to ask your additional question. My question, Ms. Pilch, is for families who may need to have full-time care and who are currently, let's say, paying $90 a month because they are their least, they have the least economic means. If they can no longer afford to pay the $90 a month because, let's say, they have to find full-time care for their child, then I don't know where they would find additional child care that they'd have the opportunity to be able to access at $90 a month, but they may actually be having some economic hardship. So I wonder if we are, I'm wondering how we support some of our families who are at the most need if they're having financial hardship, because I don't know that they're going to find anything else. So I'm just a little concerned about really the availability of affordable child care, of affordable pre-K education, and for someone to have to give that up because they may have to put their child in with a friend and say, hey, listen, I'll give you $90 a week to watch my child, but I have to go to work. I'm a little concerned about them losing out on that space and being able to come back to it. Have you thought about the other options for those families that really can't afford to access child care at the going rate that they may have to access it at?
Yeah, I've been a part of several early childhood county-based think tanks and groups, along with Elaine Perkins, who's part of the early childhood county group. We have we've been brainstorming a lot. There's a lot of need. Many, if you saw the news today, I think it's something like 40% of our early child care centers are going out of business right now. So there is a need. The county is trying to put their heads together right now to see how they can help families. We have not found any solutions as of yet, but I do see the need, and I know there are lots of people working on it.
Thank you very much. And then the other thing I would bring up is I know that for the community peer program, that's a one-year program. However, families who access the Montessori program are guaranteed a spot for 3 years, and families may have actually made plans to continue to do that. If the family were not able to afford to keep their child in the program and then had to leave the program to find something else, and we offered that spot to another person, the question I would have is, would that person potentially be able to come back and kick out the person who took their spot momentarily? And how would we deal with then basically two people having the same spot?
Yeah, I believe we will need to, if the board decides that you'd like to look at the policy on this, we can come back and take a look at the policy with you, because we would need to make some arrangements for a lot of the option schools as well, if this is the case, but in particular for our primary Montessori students.
Thank
we
you
can
very
come back and look at that with you, and I know that Ms. Loft has already been starting to take a look at it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pilcher. Those are my two questions. I do see Mr. Goldstein's hand. However, we're going to go back around in order and start with Ms. Van Dorn, who I know has additional questions or comments.
Okay, so first off, Montessori is an education program, correct? Ms. Pilch?
It's a delivery model, yes.
It's an education program. We provide Montessori as an education program. It's not a child care service. It's an education program, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to make that distinction because we provide educational programs in APS, not child care. So while I need to make that very clear. And when we had a discussion about this earlier in the week, you were very clear with me that at least at 2 of our sites, we do not meet the 2/3, 1/3 model. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Because I asked you how it was so much money that we were losing, right?
That's
so
correct.
There are people who are not in that 2/3 category who are asking for a reduction in costs.
Correct.
Correct. So if we are maintaining the 2/3, 1/3 model, taking people off the list shouldn't matter because you're taking them in the 2/3, 1/3 categories. So, correct?
Correct. Although I should say we attempt to get to the 2/3, 1/3 at 2 locations. It's very difficult because we don't provide transportation.
Okay, I understand that, but those are, what we're saying is those are the more affluent, the 1/3 people. So, and how do you know the people on the waiting list are low income?
When they have to show income verification to be able, before the lottery, so that we know whether they are in the 2/3 category or the 1/3 category.
Okay, so my point is that if we're filling it by the criteria of 2/3, 1/3, I don't understand why it is that you presume that we will de facto have less money. So I'm just raising that again because I don't understand that unless you're telling me that everybody on the wait list is in the 2/3 category.
So not everyone is in that category, although the majority are in that category at this point in the year, in the summer. And I can get back to the board with how many are on the wait list in each category if that would be helpful.
I don't need to know that. I just think that the program needs to strive to be self-funded. We haven't even touched on, and I'll remind my colleagues of this, we haven't even touched on extended day. Extended day has to be self-funding. We have people who are on our payroll who are an extended day, and we are not going to be providing extended day. So this issue is about the expenses that we're going to potentially have, and some of which we cannot fund. And I do not believe we're supposed to be funding childcare with education tax dollars. So I think we really have to be very, very careful with this. And I'm just reiterating that, and I want everybody to understand that there are at least 2 sites where we are not meeting the 2/3 criteria goal. Correct, Ms. Pilch?
That is correct.
Correct in that. Okay, I just want to be clear with everybody about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. Mr. Goldstein?
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a couple of quick follow-up questions, but first I just wanted to make sure everybody, the large interested group who are still watching here at 11:30 understand what we're talking about when we say 2/3, 1/3. So, well, Wendy, why don't you explain it? I'm sure you can do a better job than I can.
Sure. So students go into 2 different categories into the lottery. Those who are whose families would fall under the 97,000. It changes every year. Believe it or not, in Arlington, it's $97,000 for a family of 4. You qualify for VPI. So we aim for 2/3 of our families in the primary Montessori to have lottery spots from that income category, and then 1/3 would be those who have income higher than that.
And 97,000 is what, like 80% of median income? Something like that?
I believe so.
Family of 4. Okay, so thank you for the clarification. So 2/3 of the program participants are income eligible, 1/3 are not eligible for a discounted rate and are paying the full amount, right?
Correct.
And so in the last conversation, you said that there's a couple of sites where we're not meeting the 2/3, 1/3 split. It's because there are more upper income families. More than 1/3 are upper income families.
And that's based on location. Those are in our northern end of the county where, and without transportation, and we do not provide extended day for 3-year-olds. So we have a difficult time filling those spots with 2/3 with families who would have the income under 97,000.
Right, I understand. I just want to make sure everybody who's following along with us understand what's going on here. So my 2 questions are, one of your slides suggested a way to mitigate some of the income loss, and that's by adding an additional student to some classes. So how many students are in those classes now?
Yeah, so we have, in our primary Montessori, we have anywhere from 21 to 23 students, depending on whether we have some students in there with IEP goals. And so we would be increasing to 24. And in our CPP, we would increase by 1. Those classes are very small because they're half students with more significant needs. So those would increase to about 12. So it'd still be easy to do the 50% in a hybrid model with that number of kids, and if we split them in half. And if we did, if we were at a point this year where we could have all students in the class at the same time, it would still work. It would be fine. It's not the ideal, but having one more in each of the classes would be an option.
And you said that was, if I remember the slide right, 18. There would be 18 classes that you would be adding one person to, and that's total. That's both Montessori and
18 plus 11, I believe, was my. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's 29.
Okay, and then my other question is, how many students overall would this proposal affect?
Any student who pays, so all 3-year-olds would get some discount because all of our 3-year-olds pay some, and then, you know, probably it's around 1/3 or a little bit more of the 4-year-olds. I could get you the exact number.
Yeah, you don't know how many that is, all 3s and a third of the 4s?
I can get back to you with that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Talento, any additional questions?
I do. I wanted to just make a comment regarding the whole piece on the option holding slots for students. I personally don't think I could support that. I think that if a person is in a situation where they can't maintain their slot and it's open to another person, then it would have to apply like we apply our policy to end at any other given time. If we do this for pre-K, then I feel like we need to look at all of our option programs and all of our, extenuating circumstances for all of our families, pre-K through 12. I don't know how we can just make it that type of exception to only the pre-K option program, CPP and Montessori. I think that, as I said earlier, we're in a pandemic. We're in our current situation is something that hasn't happened for 100 years. And it's, there are no good answers and there's no great decisions, in my opinion, for any family. And when they have to decide what to do with their child, whether their child is recently born, 2, 3, or whether their child is going off to college, there are no good decisions on how to make things work in this crisis. And so I just think that what the best thing to do when you're in a crisis situation and when you're operating under emergency conditions is that you hold true to your processes so that when you come out, your processes help you smooth back in to a flow of normalcy. And for us to start making exceptions in processes that we've worked many years and policies that we've really invested in to support our system and stabilize our system and bring equity pieces to our system will only hurt us in the long run and will create even more stress and havoc when we're trying to restabilize. And so I know the decisions and the consequences are harsh right now for a lot of us, but I just don't think that making exceptions is a good idea when I think long term and the longevity of our programs and systems. I'd rather have a clear understanding of what our fees, the loss of fees are, gain in fees are, stability in fees are by maintaining our processes and our focuses on policies as they exist today. And I know it's difficult, but we are a public education system. We provide education. And, I'm trying to figure out how we're going to support our teachers with childcare. I don't know how to address this. So I just wanted to make sure that I shared that perspective, that I don't believe I would be, as one board member, interested in any type of proposal that would allow someone to hold on to a spot without paying the standard tuition that we would expect everyone else to pay, or without committing to that spot as we would expect any other person who applies for one of our option programs to commit to. I don't have any other questions, and I just want to thank Ms. Loft and Ms. Pilch for working so hard to do what they can for our families and to figure out ways to support them. But unfortunately, this is a very complex decision for me, considering it has to do with our budget and it has consequences not just for this program, but for all of our programs. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. Dr. Cannon, and no. I just have one last question. I would be interested in understanding if that number was split out based on the 2/3 group and the 1/3 group, what the revenue loss is for each of those groups. And I do see that, that's my only last question. And I do see that Ms. Van Dorn has her hand raised yet once again. Ms. Van Dorn.
I have one last question. You mentioned when we discussed this earlier in the week that you'll be sending out materials to all the families. Is there an expense related to that, and what is that expense?
Mostly the materials are things that teachers are going to make, or it's like sandpaper from Home Depot. It's pretty low cost, but for our VPI and our CPP students will have toolboxes that will come from grant funds. So
the funds for these preschool Montessori programs will come from where? The materials that you're putting together to send to the families?
For the primary Montessori students,
yes.
The ones from MPSA will come from her textbook funds. And then we are pulling together some other resources for our satellite students, but the ones at MPSA will come directly from her internal funds that she has.
I think, Dr. Dram, we also need to account for that cost, the cost that we will be expending for materials related to serving students at home as it relates to this preschool, Montessori preschool program. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you both for being such excellent advocates and listeners to the families who are clearly expressing a difficulty that they're having. I am understanding of that, and I really appreciate that you're doing this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. Dr. Duran, do you have some closing comments on this item?
Yes, I want to thank Ms. Pilch and Ms. Loft also for bringing this forward. They got a lot of, you heard, a lot of contacts from parents, and we wanted to make sure we brought this issue forward to discuss it. I'm hearing a lot of concerns and reservations, particularly around the budget aspect. And so I want to make sure we follow up with board members to see on that issue between now and the next meeting, and determine whether or not we bring this back for action or not. So I'm hearing a lot of hesitations, and I appreciate those. And we wanted to make sure, again, that our families' issues were brought forward here. And so we've done that. And I think board members, thank you for asking some very good questions. But I would love to follow up with you to make sure before we say that we will bring this back for action, to just confirm and hear people's thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duran. We are now at new business. Board members, is there any new business? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.